So freaking close. Ah, man, we got robbed so badly. But just came up a little short. Just a little short. We got so robbed. The one play that was really the turning point. The one play that was the turning point. I'm sorry, even to Packer fans or whatnot, y'all know that wasn't a catch. Come on now. Let's keep it a buck. I know there were some missed calls on us as well. But come on now. Y'all know that wasn't a catch. Y'all know that wasn't a catch. You can clearly see the ball hit the ground. Clearly. Wow. Ugh. Jeez. If only we would have had a timeout left. If only we would have had a timeout left. Ugh. Ugh. Hey JT, what a game. Yes, indeed. There were some bad no calls and we missed much needed kicks. You are correct. Yeah. But I'll say this though. Bryce Young balled out today. And if anybody feels otherwise, you're delusional. Like Bryce, you can be a fan of Bryce or not, that's fine. But if you honestly don't believe that he balled out today, you're delusional. Period. Period. You're delusional. This is to anybody and everybody out there. 23 of 36, 312 yards and 2 touchdowns, only sacked one time. Y'all are delusional if y'all don't think he balled out today. The man had his best game of his career, of his NFL career. Not to mention the second half alone, 16 of 21 for 199 yards, 2 touchdowns. Yeah. Bryce was out there throwing dimes, throwing with confidence, especially in that second half. Let's just keep it real. The man was throwing with confidence. So like I said before, whether you're a Bryce fan or not, that's fine. But to sit here and say that man did not ball out today, you're delusional.
Facts. Mr. Bryce Young. Let's go.
What's up,
What
bro?
a day from this young man right here today. Anybody that is still trashing Bryce after a game like that is a Bryce hater. I'm sorry, that's exactly what you are.
They can save the hate today. Like this might be the one day, maybe not, but they can save the hate today.
Facts.
Like
We held him
period.
back. We held him back for a week or two, right? With that right there. Look at this 23 for 35 with 312 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no picks today.
No picks. And check this out.
No
The
picks.
second half alone, he was 16 of 21, 199 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Woohoo! Dude, that second half was lit. You can't
And
tell me that second half wasn't lit.
if only we had like a little bit more time or timeout left,
Oh man.
aside from us getting screwed by the
I,
ref.
I honestly think that if we had won that challenge, and I think we should have won that challenge because that ball was popping out on the sideline there. Because you got to
Yeah,
come down with the ball all the way down.
yeah.
The ground cannot cause a fumble. So that even the even the rules analyst said that that was a fumble, and
I
we
don't
had a good right to challenge that.
I don't see how, like, even with the ball touching the ground in plain view on the replays, I don't know how in the world they
I
didn't
don't get
reverse
it either.
that.
I got so pissed off, dude.
Like,
That made me so angry.
I don't know how the heck they didn't reverse that. After spending
I
as
don't
much
either.
time as they
I
did
don't either.
reviewing it, I,
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Like Poppy says, fire the refs. Exactly.
Like,
Those were horrendous calls today.
you
And
supposed
that
to
pass
keep.
interference against JC Horn,
Oh
uh,
yeah.
are you serious? He didn't even touch him.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. There
Just the way
was.
he tapped him on the shoulder like that, it's just like, really?
Yeah,
You're
and
going to call that?
I'm not sure why Cade
Oh my
Mays
God.
got flagged for the unnecessary unsportsmanlike conduct, but
Horrendous refing crew.
even though
I mean,
the
we've
other
had a
even though the
horrendous
other
refing
dude
crew
threw a
already.
shove at Icky, but whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
And we didn't get that call?
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, Icky flopped. I mean, let's keep it real.
Oh,
Icky
yeah.
flopped, but still,
Yeah.
the dude shoved him.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ah, man, if only we had a little bit of time left. Jeez.
That game came down to the refs, and you know the refs are going to screw us every single time. No, it's not enough that we have a 2-win season. No, that's not enough for these refs. No, it's screw this team even harder. Because why not?
Mr. Gemini says, great game for Bryce, and that was an incomplete pass. Facts.
Facts. I want to say this on behalf of both teams. Fantastic game. Fantastic game all the way through. Both teams earned what they got today.
Yes.
Every inch of it.
And shout out to
And
Larry,
GG to the Packers, man. You guys earned that victory.
and shout out to Larry Gray. He might be watching this. Good longtime friend of mine who's a Packers fan. I know we were kind of jaw jacking earlier, but dude, you know that was an incomplete pass. Stop.
Yep.
Stop. Come on now. I know y'all won the game. I'll give y'all that. Jordan Love balled out as well, but that was an incomplete pass. Come on, bro. Come on,
Yep.
bro.
Yep.
You could
Yep.
clearly see the ball
Yep.
hit the ground.
Facts.
Ugh.
What a game, though. The amount of. Dude, I don't even know where to start awarding people in this game because, like, there's so many players that deserve the credit right now.
Um,
How tough that game was and how hard we played. You can't ask for any more than these guys giving everything they've got until that final whistle, even if it's a
indeed.
loss. You can't ask anything more.
And just, I mean, dude, the offense scored 4 touchdowns today. Like, incredible.
Dude, I was
Incredible.
so hyped when we started scoring touchdowns. I was just like, bruh, is this really happening? I had to do a double take. I was just like, are we in the Twilight Zone? I've
Seriously.
been watching this all year long, and it's just like field goal, boring punts, boring punts. Wait, what?
Yeah. Our first 30-point game of the year. It's crazy.
First one came from Smith Marset of all people.
Yeah, he ran hard
It was
today.
like,
He definitely
what?
ran hard today. Had two
We
big
actually
runs.
we actually got 3 of 3 2-point conversions this year.
Oh yeah.
I want to make a point of that right now because people were not noticing it. And Bryce almost had that one too. If Icky had not held like the dummy he is, we would have gotten it then.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Bryce Young picking up the first down on that quarterback sneak.
Yes. Yes. This dude was rolling out. He looked like Cam Newton out there, man. He was just balling.
I
I was like,
mean,
this is the Bryce Young that we saw in training camp, bro. This is the Bryce Young that we saw. When you give him protection, when you give him the wide receiver routes that he needs his wide receivers to be running, This is what happens. Oh, but Bryce
Indeed.
can't throw it deep. Oh, but Bryce is a bust. Oh, but Bryce can't throw it here. He can't throw it there. He has no accuracy. Wrong. Been trying to tell y'all all year. Nobody wanted to believe me. It's on tape. Y'all watched the same game we did. This is actually who Bryce Young is when he's actually coached correctly and
Yeah.
given what he needs. Thank you.
And even stat wise, had a better game than Jordan Love. You know, that's not to look down on Jordan Love because Jordan Love played great.
Yeah. Yeah, Jordan Love had a heck of a game.
But
Everybody had a heck of a game.
but yeah, y'all. Like and I'll admit, I know a lot of us didn't think he would ever finally throw over 300 yards, but today he showed that he could. I
And
mean
the
the
media is going to say that, oh, the Green Bay secondary is trash. It's the worst in the league. No, it isn't. If you actually look at the rankings, the Denver Broncos secondary is the worst.
wait, somebody commented on the Green Bay secondary?
No, I'm saying it
Oh,
because
oh.
like that's what the media is going to paint this as.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because
But
they love to paint the negative picture of us. They love the negatives.
yeah,
They can't find anything positive to say about this team. It's always negative.
but
Unless you have like a star player like a Cam Newton or a Steve Smith, then they'll start, oh yeah, they'll center on those players. But
yeah.
otherwise, the rest of your team is trash. They're not even worth our time. Not even 30 seconds of our time in highlights.
Mm.
It's like,
Um,
come
we
on, bro.
we kind of regressed a little bit in stopping the run. Aaron Jones went off today, unfortunately, with 127 rushing
I got to
yards.
push back on that a little bit. I got to push back on that a little bit. The
What
second quarter and third quarter looked real good. We
second
shut
and
that
third?
run down for a good chunk of that game, actually, on draw plays, which was our biggest weakness. So I saw some progress. Yes, we still have some work to do,
Yeah,
but yeah, the D line finally pushed back, and I was like, about freaking time you guys built a fort in that doggone trench, man. About time. That's what I've been waiting for all year.
yeah,
Like if you can continue to do that, that's what we're looking for. And I saw while we're talking about that D line, Derek Brown finally made an appearance late quarter, fourth quarter, but he finally started getting it done.
oh
And I
yeah,
said, okay, okay, we got something here. We got something. The bull rush was a hair better than it was last week, but we still got to work on it.
yeah. Still a work in progress for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, but still, credit to where it's due. It was a hair better. Now, let's talk about that corner room because we actually took it to the next level and we started batting down some passes, bro. We started knocking the ball out of people's hands. We started peanut punching. That's the next level. That's what I've been waiting for us to get to
Hmm.
because we've given up all these passes and broken coverage and whatnot, and these players have the closing speed. They do to make the plays and bat these balls down. They're
Dude,
being lazy, and
I'm
they were
se-
not playing under Frank Wright.
I'm seeing so many memes and such on X just posting that the ball touching the ground saying, "How is it a catch? How is this a catch?"
I love it. I love it. Roast those refs.
Like
Those refs, man.
like you
Let
know
them
what?
know.
Nah. Bump this. I'm showing this. I got to show this. I got to show this.
Oh,
Hold up.
oh, snap.
I got to
Oh,
show this. How
share it
the
with me.
heck
Put it on my
is
screen
that a
too.
catch? Like even for like Panther fans, non-Panther fans, Packer fans, like look at that. How the heck is that a catch?
Like,
Like the ball, like a good quarter of the ball is
ah,
touching the ground.
y'all saw the same play we did.
Like, come on, how is that not a?
There's no way
How is that
you get that
a
wrong.
catch?
There's no way you get that wrong.
How is
It
that
was
a
blatantly
catch?
obvious. These refs stood there and looked at this for straight up 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And you still got it wrong. Like, do you need new
Oh
prescription
man,
lenses? What do you need? We'll buy them for you.
just
Literally. We'll all pitch in donations and buy them for you so that you can see better because you are blind as a bat if you can't see that ball hit that ground. God, man. It was just, I don't understand. And we got people that think, oh, the refs aren't biased against us. Baloney. Baloney. How many of those calls did they call against us in this game that weren't even close to flags?
so we got they got 6 penalties, we got 8.
8. Okay, let's take 4 of them out of the equation because 4 of them weren't even penalties. Come on. Let's be real. And that's how many we've been making on average every week. Since Chris Support took over.
Yeah, but and no turnovers from either side today. So that was, you know,
Man,
this was a lot more even than we probably expected, just with the
I
performance
will
out there.
say, kudos to all the players that deserve it, man. Because y'all played hard, y'all did everything that you needed to do. Some of y'all redeemed yourselves too after some bad plays.
Indeed. Um, but yo, shout out to Bryce Young. Good job, young kid.
Yeah,
Good job. Y'all,
definitely.
you
Great game.
really you got out there, you took it up a notch from last
Yep,
week, just from
yep,
all season. You threw just a bundle of dimes,
yep.
and you got yourself over 300 yards passing with a couple of touchdowns to go with that. I mean, the offense scored 4 touchdowns. Like,
Yeah. The Green Bay secondary is very, very questionable. I will say that.
mhm.
So yeah, we still did earn those touchdowns though.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Let's make
Um,
no mistake about it. We were burning number 21 for Green Bay like all day. We were
yeah,
roasting the dude.
but
Like Bryce
unfortunate,
saw a mismatch. He was just like zoop zoop. Oh, 1-on-1, zip. Let's throw it down there.
yeah, but unfortunately, Panero missing 2 extra points really hurt too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the one game that Eddie kind of lets us down. Eh, it is what it is. He's had a great year. I'm gonna let this go, man. You know, I'm gonna let this go.
yeah. Um,
I've got to.
and shout out to DJ Chark.
Dude, DJ Chark was a monster today.
I mean, to make the catch, take that hit, and still flash the first down, like
Yeah.
that was pretty impressive. He 6 catches, 98 yards, and both receiving touchdowns. Tommy Tremble, 4 catches, 59 yards. He had a decent game. Adam Thielen, 6 catches, 94 yards.
I'm watching the Dallas game. What a play on Pollard to keep him out of the end zone.
Mm. But
I mean, it was inches, dude.
but just gotta give kudos on the offense this game. Offense really showed up. I mean, first 30-point game
Ooh.
of the season. Like, gotta show some love for the offense for this game. Gotta really show some love. This was
Absolutely.
their
The
best.
O line showed uh, some
Yeah,
real progress today, and We still got a lot of work to do on that offensive line, but I like where it's heading. Um, I'm gonna let that fumbled snap by Bozeman go because every once in a blue moon a center has a problem with that, but you
Hmm.
know it's just one play out of 100. If he starts doing that more consistently, then we got an issue. But
Right.
just one out of 1,000, whatever. We got it back. But let's not make it a habit out of that. Obviously, and Bose knows he won't. He's holding himself accountable for that one. Um, but we got a little sloppy on the play calling to start out.
Yeah. Yeah. That much is
I
true.
Yeah, can we just talk about that little double reverse flip back garbage that we were trying to run there? Like what in the world was that? Uh,
I have no idea.
I had to look at that play again. I was just like, what in the heck are we doing with this? Like in the amount of time that we were like flipping the ball back and forth, there was a defender right in Bryce's face. I'm like,
Yeah.
in that amount of time, you could have just literally sat in a shotgun and thrown the ball and found a receiver. Like it was, yeah. Let's toss that one. Get that one out of our playbook, please.
Yeah.
Whatever that was. Then we decided, okay, we want to do a draw play on a 3rd and 2, and then another draw play on a 4th and 2. After it didn't work the first time, with the whole defense in the box both times. I'm like, dude, I was screaming at my TV, play action, play action, play action. The one time we actually put him behind center and he doesn't do it. And I'm like, dang it. Come on. Like, think, man. We were having some success with the PA rollout,
Oh yeah,
which
absolutely.
is one of my staple plays in Madden, by the way.
Oh,
I
for real?
love that play. You got one over top, you got one in the middle, and you got a security blanket tight end, you know, within 5 to 7 yards. It works, you know, and we're actually on the left hash mark, and Bryce actually throws to his right. So if you roll it out correctly on that 3rd and 2 situation where everybody's in the box,
Hmm.
that's a first down. They're gonna one-on-one Thielen. They're gonna one-on-one uh, Steven Sullivan. They're gonna one-on-one Chark,
Right.
and everybody else is gonna be blitzing because they're gonna stay at home because they're gonna think it's a run. You're gonna use Chuba as a decoy. It would work, dude. We would have had that first down. I guarantee it. Just don't roll Miles Sanders out again. Don't do that again on the right side because that dude was not paying any attention.
Mm.
When you tried to throw him a wide open little safety blanket pass, and I don't know if that was a screen or not. It's debatable whether it was or not. It might have been a blitz. Um, but Miles Sanders is sitting over there about 5 to 7 yards out, just like running towards the sideline. No one was even looking at this dude at all.
Yeah,
He
true.
doesn't even turn his head around to Bryce, and the ball
Wait,
just like comes off
I
of his.
I know what play you're talking about. Bro,
Yeah,
the defenders disrupted the timing on that. That wasn't on Miles.
Miles was wide open,
I
bro.
I know, but he had two defenders in Bryce's face though, bro. They threw off the timing of his throw.
Okay. If that was tipped, then
No,
I'll
no,
allow.
it wasn't tip, but Bryce had to rush the throw. He had to rush the throw. Yeah, that
Okay,
wasn't on
but
Miles.
still, that was relatively close to him, and he should have paid attention and turned around and caught that.
I'm
That was within his reach.
I mean, I'm just saying I can understand how he didn't make the catch, being the timing of the throw was rushed. That's all I'm saying. But I
Okay,
know which play you're talking about though.
yeah, yeah. I mean, we can
Um,
debate that all day, but point is, Miles has had a history of just like dropping wide open balls. We all know this.
which is fair, which is fair. I had to look back at that one a couple of times when they were showing it, and that
I'll
was
take
when
another look at it later
that was when I came
if
to
I
that
can look at
conclusion.
it, but I
Uh,
doubt I can.
Damien says, oh, or first off, Damien Hernandez, welcome to the stream. Secondly, he says, I don't know if I should be happy or pissed. I mean, we still got the pick, but y'all killed our playoff chances. LOL. Wait.
This is a Packers fan.
Hold.
This is a Packers fan, isn't it?
Nah, he's a Bears fan.
Oh,
Hold
it's
up,
a Bears.
hold up, hold up. Y'all, y'all didn't think y'all were gonna make the playoffs. Hold up, Damien. Y'all, you honestly didn't think they were gonna make the playoffs, did you?
Oh my goodness. Oh, you poor sap. You actually believe that. The Bears have been so bad the past 10 years. And DJ Moore coming over there is not going to help you.
I'm just wondering because it's like
It's not going to be enough.
they're like 5 spots back though. That's why I'm curious because it's like they're like 5 spots back from the number 7 seed.
Mm.
Like y'all y'all ain't making the playoffs. Let's just keep it real. Y'all ain't making the playoffs.
Can I just say something that I just saw flash across my screen?
Yeah.
Uh, the Dolphins head coach said everybody knows their place in the system, and uh, they're trying to put the puzzle pieces together and understand their place in the system within the Dolphins organization. And I said, there it is. There's that word, system. I'm telling
Oh
you, they
yeah.
got a system. Why do you think
Yeah.
they're 10-4? It's working for them. What do you think we did today? System. It worked. Let's build on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and both of these defenses are so good here, the Cowboys and the Dolphins. Nobody's open. Both
Ooh.
secondaries look great. Let's see how long that lasts, though. But I just really love that quote,
Right.
because it caught my attention based on our current circumstances.
Damien says we still have a chance. It's small, but I'll take a small chance over no chance any day. Well, I can appreciate your optimism. I mean, after all, it's not over until they got the E next to them. So yeah, I can appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Right now, we're just trying to take the little wins where we can get them, and we made a lot of player progression today
yeah. Oh,
in a lot of
absolutely.
areas, and I'm very pleased.
And oh, congratulations to the Detroit Lions. They do win the division. First time since I think they said
Congrats, Detroit.
93.
You guys earned it.
I think 1993 or 98 or something like that.
Wow.
It's been a hot minute.
Even with Megatron, they didn't win it.
Yeah, but but at the same time, I'm not surprised. I mean, I figured
Yeah.
Detroit was on their way and
Yeah.
was going to win the division.
Congrats to them, though, man. They played hard this year, and they earned it.
Indeed. But but yeah, uh, like I said, this was a heartbreaking loss. Really came
Yeah.
down to the wire. Just a lot of bad calls, but
Yeah.
defense struggled a little more than usual,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Like, I
I was
think.
actually starting to believe we had a shot at winning this thing, man.
Oh, Damien says it's 93. Oh, okay, it is 93. Okay, thank you for
93. Okay.
clarifying. You were saying?
I actually, for the longest time in this game, actually felt like we had a shot at winning this thing. We were playing our heart out,
Oh yeah.
and shout out to Mike Tolbert breaking the drum.
Oh yeah, he busted the keep pounding drum. Oh
Oh,
man. Well,
he actually broke the drum, and I feel like that symbolizes like our frustration of this year, just like coming to a head.
yeah.
And we finally just got so frustrated that we just took it out on the field
It,
today
it's okay. They can
in
put it on
all the right ways.
they can put it on David Tepper's tab.
That's right. He
It's
could
okay.
pay for it.
Yeah, just put it on
You
Mr.
could pay
Tepper's
for
tab.
visual software. You could pay for that too.
Yeah. That should be chump change for him.
Right? You would think.
Um Supposedly there was an article saying that I guess he has come to the conclusion that all this that has gone down is his fault. And honestly, I'm
All right.
like, bro,
Ooh,
just get on
what
the
a
podium.
kick. Dude,
Wait,
what's this field goal kick? 57 yards.
nice.
Oh my God, that was so close. You got so lucky that stayed in. Wow. These kickers in the NFL are no joke, man. That's not an easy job. Well, I'm sorry. What you were saying?
Oh, I was getting ready to read Damien's comment. He posted another comment.
Okay.
Or actually I got two. Damien says Super Trebo was before him. Here, let me go in order. Super
Yep.
Trebo, welcome to the stream. He says, "Sup guys? Sucks that the Panthers lost, but I'm glad Bryce got 300 yards and played great again. So maybe people can back off all the busy talk. He looked good. Facts, facts."
Back. Mm-hmm.
And Damien says, "Lions are still frauds. I don't care what anyone says. Lions had an easy schedule. NFL helped them get." Oh, stop!
Stop
Stop!
it. Stop it.
Come on,
Stop it.
man.
Oh. The Lions earned everything
Damien.
they got. Come on, man. Don't do that.
Come on, dude. The Lions have been on a comeback since the last season or two. Why are you surprised that they won the division this year? Come on now. Come on now. You can't just look at this season
Really.
alone. You can't
They've
just look
won
at this season
legitimate
alone.
games, guys.
Come on now. They had one of the top offenses even last year. Come on now. Come on now. Give credit where credit's due. At least give credit where credit's due. Like, okay, y'all beat us. Sure, y'all beat us. Y'all beat a few good teams. As a matter of fact, yeah, y'all beat a few good teams. You know, y'all even beat the Lions once.
Yep.
Beat the
Yep.
Vikings. Like y'all beat a couple of good teams. But dude, you can't deny how they have been playing for the last 2, 3 seasons. Come on, bro.
Mm-hmm.
At least be reasonable about it. At least
Yep.
be reasonable. I mean, for crying out loud, their opening game, they beat the defending champion Chiefs. Come on, dude.
Exactly.
Come on, dude.
They weren't even supposed to do that. A lot of people lost a lot of money in Vegas off of that one.
Come on now. They beat the mess out of us. They beat the crap
Yeah,
out of
let's be
us, and I
real.
can I can still admit that. And I'm not even
So,
a Lions fan. I only know like one Lions fan ever.
so you beat the Chiefs. The Lions beat the Chiefs in the opening game. They beat the Falcons 20-6. They beat the Packers in Green Bay, mind you, 34-20. They
True.
destroyed us 42-24. Beat the Buccaneers 20-6. Beat the Raiders 26-14. Beat the Chargers 41-38. Ran over the Bears 31-26. Beat the Saints, who are fighting for a division title right now, 33-28. and you also destroyed the Broncos 42-17. Plus this win today over the Vikings, which was 30-24. So I mean, the Lions are legitimate. I don't care what anybody says. The Lions are legitimate. These are legitimate teams that they have beaten.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes, you did take a loss to the Ravens. Yes, you did take a loss to the Seahawks early, but you recovered.
And if you honestly want to put it that way, so since we're talking about schedules, if you want to put it that way, technically on paper, our schedule wasn't that bad, but yet
Yeah.
you see what happened with us. See, like hard or easy schedule, you still got to show up. You still got to play
Mm-hmm.
and get the wins. They're not going to
Yep.
get handed to you.
Right. This is the NFL. This isn't
It's
Pee Wee League.
it's the NFL. We got to remember where we are, gentlemen. This is
Exactly.
the NFL. Super Trebo says, Merry Christmas also, guys. Hope you guys have a wonderful holiday, and here's to hopefully a better 2024 Panthers year and year beyond. Merry
Facts.
Christmas, Super Trebo.
This game gave us so much hope for the future because
Indeed.
this game legitimately showed this team on paper what they actually can do. Now, if we just put them together in a system that works and get the correct playmakers for that system, watch how much that buds,
Right.
builds. We could do more than that even. But you got to get him the protection he needs. You got to give him the weapons that fit his system. You got to call plays that fit his system, and we did that today.
Not to mention, Damian, y'all been to the playoffs more recent than us. Y'all went to the playoffs in 2020. I don't want to hear no excuses.
Facts.
Okay, now I'm trolling a little bit. But I'm just saying. Y'all went to the playoffs in 2020.
Yep.
Last time we were in the playoffs was 2017. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear
Facts.
it. They beat the Chiefs with no wide receiver court, no Kelsey, no Chris Jones. They beat a bad NFC South division. Whose fault is that?
Yeah.
Whose
Yep.
fault is that? Oh, so
That
so so
Mason.
they're not supposed to win those games, huh? Is that how that works? Come on, Damien, stop making excuses, man. Like, stop making excuses. I mean,
This
I get it. I get
uh,
that your team may not be where you want it to be. I get that, but it's like, dude, come on. Like,
man.
you see how this team has been doing versus how your team has been doing, and every other team out there. Come on, dude.
The
Come on,
Lions are
dude.
a top 3 team in the NFC right now. Top 3. I
Come
give San Francisco and Philadelphia the nod.
Come on now. They done something that they haven't done since 1993, just like you said, Damien. Come on,
Facts.
dude. Come on, dude.
Yep.
You talk about barely beat the Chargers. A win is a win. We barely beat the Falcons, and it's still a win.
Exactly. It counts. It counts in the W column.
Shoot, y'all barely beat the
Come on, man.
Bucks. It's still a win.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on now. Look.
Mason said, I bet Des Bryant was looking at that play when we challenged him, watched it stand, and he got sick to his stomach.
Oh, that's messed up. That's messed up. So,
That was fun to watch. Now they should know get the correct offensive line, and it would be good. And it starts with the correct line. Yeah, yeah, and the correct wide receivers as well. Yep, you're exactly right, Mason. Excellent game from top to bottom. I'm pleased with it. You know, that's what a Carolina Panthers game should look like. You
so
know what I'm saying? Even if we take the L, that's what a Carolina Panthers game should look like
right, indeed. So,
with the talent that we have.
So the Chiefs that game, yes, they had no Kelsey, no Chris Jones, no. So because they didn't have any of those, they're not supposed to play the game still. Hey, we don't have our best players in. We shouldn't play. We shouldn't play today.
This isn't Madden, bro. You can't just say, "Oh, cancel the game. Cancel the game."
Come on now. That the next man up exists for a reason. It exists for a reason. Next
Depth
man
chart
up exists
for
for
a
a
reason,
reason.
bro. You gotta stop this. You gotta stop.
I mean, shoot, look at the Eagles. They didn't even win the Super Bowl with Carson Wentz. Nick Foles had to step in, and we saw how that went, and he was the backup.
Oh goodness.
That's why next man up exists. Hey, I don't make these rules up. I I don't make these rules up.
I love y'all, but sometimes, really, really, y'all gotta think before you speak.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I get the frustration. I definitely get his frustration.
Think
I'm
before you
I'm right
bite,
I'm
bro.
right there with him.
Please.
But at the end of the day, like you gotta look at the
Oh
picture.
goodness.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you gotta look at the full picture of it.
Facts. Let's see what we got going on the YouTube.
I
I'm
mean,
good.
shoot, we should have been playing a lot like today, previous games, but we stunk it up throughout the season, and it sucks. But
Yep.
you know, this this what happens.
This is the type of game that we should have been playing all year. Like consistently every game, every year.
Yeah, really.
And that sets the bar as far as like where we would have ended up. You know what I mean? Uh, as far as where we measure up to everybody else. Had we been playing well all year.
Oh, and also word is that supposedly Tampa Bay is going to be looking this offseason to extend Baker Mayfield.
Oof. Mm,
Yeah, that's what I hear the word is.
yeah. Well, here's the thing: we mismanaged him so much that you look at him in Cleveland, and then now you look at him in Tampa, he's doing the exact same thing he was doing in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Exactly proving my point. We're mismanaging these players. And today we did not. Today we did not, ladies and gentlemen. We got the most out of these players thanks to Chris Tapor. Shout out to Chris Tapor. Finally, we got a head coach that actually understands how to use a challenge correctly, too.
True.
And the clock and timeouts. Thank you. That is refreshing. It's like a breath of fresh air in the Sahara Desert. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, we can breathe again. After watching all that garbage ball this year. My goodness.
um. So looking
Just
at
goes to
these,
show with the right coach, we will be fine. Today was one of those games that kind of gives you hope. Yes.
yes, agreed. Definitely
Yes.
agree. Indeed. Um. So standing so far, so like I said, Detroit did clinch the NFC North today. Um, still
That
no
loss
other
hurt us as far as draft picks. We're
right.
good.
Still no other updates. I mean, we know still in the NFC it's just Detroit and the Niners that have clinched their divisions.
Yep.
Um, like I said, Dallas and Philly, they're still fighting it out. um, let's see. The Falcons. Did the Falcons win today?
Falcons did. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, they beat the Colts.
Yes, they did.
And then did the Saints win?
Last time
No, the Saints lost. That's right, the
oh,
Saints lost.
yeah.
So,
Rams beat them.
Damien has a question. He says, "Speaking of y'all Panthers and head coach, thoughts on Panthers being a candidate for Mike Tomlin if he gets fired?" Yes, please.
Yes, please. Send him on over.
I'm down.
I will give that man a hug myself as he comes into the airport in Charlotte.
I will gladly welcome Mike Tomlin
Yep.
to the Carolina
Open arm home.
Panthers without
Come on in,
hesitation.
buddy. Yep. I love him.
That's an easy one,
There's,
Damien. That's an
there's
easy
word
one.
that you have to trade for him. Like they're open for a trade. Like we don't have anything to trade for him though.
It'll
Like the
be
Seahawks
it'll be
are
interesting to see what type of assets they would want. Because if it's too
yeah.
overwhelming, I
Yeah.
wouldn't bite.
Ugh.
But
We're never going to have enough assets to get a head coach. There's just no way. You need at least a first rounder and something else.
yeah, and we're
At,
definitely not
and
in a
that's
position.
just to start the conversation.
Yeah, we're definitely not in a
That's
position
any head coach.
to be trading trade draft picks or anything
Yeah,
like that.
that's not realistic. We got to wait
Yeah.
on him to get fired.
But on paper, the idea of Mike Tomlin as head coach in
Love it.
Carolina, love it.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Um, let's see. So the Saints lost, the Falcons won. Tampa Bay is whipping up on Jacksonville right now.
Mm,
Wow,
yeah.
Jacksonville,
Uh,
what's the deal?
how is Trevor Lawrence doing?
Eight of
That's my
11,
concern because he passed the 5-step concussion program.
8 of 11, 91 yards, one interception, sacked once.
Okay. Okay. Uh, let's see. What's the progress on that game? Let me see.
But yeah, 13 zip. 2 minutes left in the second quarter.
I'm looking for it. Give me a sec. Oh, there it is.
Damien says y'all could sign and trade Jeremy Chin and Brian Burns for him. Wait, give up players for a coach? No,
What? No.
no,
No.
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 That's not a fair trade, bro.
Stop the desperation talk.
That yeah,
Okay? Stop it.
that's not
This
a
is desperation talk. When you talk Bill Belichick, that's desperation talk. When you're talking about trading players for a head coach, stop it. That's desperation talk.
well,
Stop the
well,
desperation talk.
well. It's not really a fair trade. I mean, players for a coach? That's not a fair trade.
No, it's not. You're absolutely correct. It's not.
Like, is that even possible? Because I don't know why
Uh,
anybody would want to
I
do
don't
that.
know. I don't know.
I don't think that's possible. But I don't know.
Uh,
Maybe it's just me,
I'm honestly not even sure.
but I don't see how that would even be a fair trade, to be honest with you. But
There you go.
you know, but
Tracking the game right now. Let's see. 8 for 11, 91 yards. Come on, Trevor. I need you to step up, man. This is for a fantasy ring. I need you to get your act together.
well,
Put that
he
ball in
has
the hands
made
of Travis
comeback
Etienne.
he has made comeback wins before. So hey,
Yeah.
plenty of time.
Oh, yeah. That's who Trevor Lawrence is, though. He's a competitor. He's always going to give you his best. Even if he loses, he's still going to give you his best.
Yeah, they got a whole nother half to play.
Mason asks, "What's the deal with Brian Burns?" Though I feel like he was giving us nothing. What's your take on Brian Burns? Would you trade him if you got the right deal? All right, so Brian Burns is going to be worth a first and maybe a fourth and a fifth at this point
Mm.
because he has not put up the numbers that you're expecting him to put up, even under a Jaro. And his market value is about 23 million. Whereas we were asking for 20, he was asking originally at the beginning of the year for 25 million to 30 million, somewhere in that neighborhood. So, um, yeah, he's lost some trade value, but my thing is, even under a Jaro system, he's still not getting it done. Whereas, like, we have a top 10 defense in yards allowed. You know, like that's you got to step your game up, Brian. and it would
Mhm.
help if he had a counterpart. But the thing is, they're doubling up Brian, and they're not even focused on YGM at all
Mhm.
or Haynes.
Oh, Damien says, didn't the Broncos trade players and draft picks for Sean Payton? Nah, just draft picks. Just draft picks.
Okay, yeah, ooh. But if we could get the right deal for him, um, mm, here's the thing: we would have to replace him. So
Right.
not only are you trying to find one big pass rusher, you're trying to find two now if you trade him. I don't know about that, buddy. At this point, I don't think it's a smart move. I think we just leave the defense alone. Like Mr. Carolina said, just leave it alone. If you have to do anything to it, add to it.
Yeah.
But let's
Hey.
see what pieces actually stay and which ones go with
Right.
the Frank Wright departure and the coaching departures. Uh, and the add-on of the new coach. They're
Because I'm.
waiting on the new coach to be hired, and then they're going to determine whether they want to stay or go. The
Because.
players that are trying to make that decision, and we ran through that list last stream. Um, it was a pretty interesting list, and we we said stay or go. We talked it out. Um, and Mason asks, is he worth a max deal? No, he's not. Brian Burns is not worth a max deal. No, he's not. A franchise tag, yes, because that would be about 19 million, wouldn't it?
Yeah. A couple of years ago, I would consider that, but you know,
Yeah,
but yeah, not.
franchise tag now would be acceptable, or a little bit more than the franchise tag. I'd be down for that. 23 mil sounds about right. But I mean, that's if you try to resign him today. He's what we got 1 or 2 games left to try to recoup that and try to get that value up. So if he can play really well in the next 2 games, I could see it. I could see him asking for maybe 25 mil. But that's tops. You're not going to ask for anything higher than that because
Right.
you're not going to get it. And some other team would pay like $30 million or some ridiculous amount for him because they see the potential in him and they know he fits their system better than he fits the 3-4 because
Mm.
he's a 4-3 defensive end that's playing linebacker in coverage. And it makes no sense. Why are you putting him back there in coverage? He's supposed to be a defensive end. Like you just like to with Jeremy Chin, you took him out of his niche.
Right. Right.
You put him in a place where he becomes average. Therein lies the problem. That's why you're not getting the max amount of talent out of him that you could possibly get in a single season. You know, um, you're never gonna reach max with him, but you can at least come close, right? But you can at least get the most out of him in the season if you use him correctly. So, what he's gonna ask for if he lets his agent take over the conversations is okay, what teams are going to pay these amounts, these crazy amounts to me?
Right. Right.
And if he finds one that fits him at the end of the year, we'll be having conversations about okay, extension or non-extension. And that's when the agent's going to pipe in and say, "No, no, no. These teams would offer more. We're thinking about testing the waters. Watch and see if I'm right."
Hmm.
And
Insightful.
we had plenty of chances to trade this guy. We've had last year, right around the trade deadline, if you remember, we got offered 2 first round picks by 2 different teams, and we turned both of those down. Then we got offered during the Bears trade to either trade him or DJ Moore, and we traded DJ Moore.
Right.
So at that point, he was still worth maybe both first rounders.
Yeah, at that time. Yeah.
Yeah, arguable first and third. But once you got about halfway through the season, it became a first and a third without a doubt. He started to degrade in market value, and now we're down to a first and maybe a fourth and a fifth,
Yeah.
fourth or fifth.
Oh, that was nice. Raheem Blackshear Raheem Blackshear saw a fan with a big Chuba Hubbard head, so he took it from them, brought it to Chuba with a Sharpie and got it autographed by Chuba and then brought it back over to him. That was nice.
Oh wow!
And then Adam Thielen on the unsuccessful challenge, and I
Oof.
quote, "That's what you get when you play the Packers."
Hmm.
I mean, even Adam Thielen's like not surprised that that happens. Like, well, that's what you get when you play the Packers. You get shenanigans.
Ouch!
Mm.
I'm looking at Mr. Waddle that got poked in the eye.
Oh, you got poked in the eye. What? What the heck?
Oh yeah, they were showing it for a second there.
Oh no. But
Yeah, he seems to be okay. Oof.
but man, definitely a heartbreaking loss. But a lot of good things happen even in defeat. So ah,
Mason, his agent's going to ask for the max deal. Brian Burns is not going to ask for the max deal because he's smart enough to know that he can't get the max deal by himself.
hmm
He's got to run through his agent to do it. And his agent can get him the best deal. Because the agents know their way around this stuff.
right.
You know, you look at
Dang, Tampa just scored again. Holy crap.
oh, just out of bounds. Oof.
Trevor threw another pick.
Oh no, Trevor! Come
Yeah.
on, man. Trevor, you're costing me a ring, buddy. Come on now.
Oh
Step
man.
up.
Mike Evans is cooking right now. 6 catches,
Yeah,
76 yards, 2 touchdowns.
yeah, he is.
Jeez.
Oof.
Yeah.
I would show you all my fantasy team on stream right now, but I can't. Unfortunately.
Man, I hope
Um,
hope Trevor's okay. Like
because
what
it's
the
in the
heck?
app. Yeah, he came out of concussion protocol though, and
Hmm.
traveled with the team Saturday.
Oh, okay.
You got to pass the 5 steps of the concussion protocol to travel.
I see,
So
I
he did
see.
so.
But
I knew it was a
yeah.
gamble putting him in this week, man. I knew it was.
Yikes.
But I need those points though. I need them.
Oh yeah, the Jets got eliminated from playoff contention.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oof.
Okay, still a close battle. Dallas, Miami, 7-3 Dallas.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then
Indeed, indeed.
oh, interesting. The Monday night football game. The Christmas. Oh, there is a Christmas game. Giants
Yep.
and Philly. Oh,
Philly's gonna win. That's not even worth watching.
okay. Fair point. Fair point. Oh, actually, double header. Oh no, triple header. I'm sorry, triple header. Cause
Las Vegas and the Chiefs. Ooh.
yeah, the Raiders and Chiefs at 1,
Okay.
Giants and Eagles at 4:30, and
Baltimore
then
and San Fran is the one people are gonna be wanting to watch.
oh, that's right. That's right. Wow.
Yeah.
So
That's gonna be around prime
8:15.
time, dinner time for people.
That's a
on the
triple
East
header.
Coast.
Triple header Christmas Day. Oof.
Oh yeah,
I'm. I might catch one of those games because I got some stops to make.
I might see about that San Francisco game a
You
little
might
bit.
you might tune into that one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna stream reactions until playoff time, guys. So,
Hmm.
but depending on what games you guys want me to react to, and I'll put up polls, I might do them. So just be aware of that. If I find it interesting enough and I
Hmm.
really am digging it, then yeah, I'll do a reaction stream if I'm able to.
Let me see.
I don't mind doing it. Just because we're not in doesn't mean I can't do that. We pay attention to the entire league, not just the Panthers here.
So there's an interesting article I came across through
Mm-hmm.
shout out to Big Cat. He was talking about this, but
Oh,
it's on
that's
Panthers Wire. Uh, Report says David Tepper incredibly accountable, rejuvenated in head coach search.
so you want to talk about the elephant in the room, huh?
I might as well.
We're doing that, huh?
Might as well. So the Athletics, Diana
Gotta get
Russini.
five today.
Diana Russini
It's over with.
wrote about this article. Says Russini writes, in Carolina, owner David Tepper has taken hit after hit around the league for meddling and creating a culture of fear. But a league source said Tepper has been self reflective, blaming himself for almost all the mistakes made this season. The source said he's incredibly accountable and ready to make it right. He's rejuvenated. Hmm.
I'll let you start, and then I'll say what I want to say
Well,
because
on that
mine's
note,
going
welcome
to be
Mr.
longer.
Carolina. Mr. Carolina joining us.
Oh, perfect timing.
What
I want to hear his take, and then I'm going to throw mine in there. You
to
go
do,
first.
fellas? Happy. Well, first, happy Merry Christmas to y'all.
Merry
Merry
And
Christmas to
Christmas.
everybody,
Merry Christmas.
well, what was the question? I literally just popped in. What was the
Mr.
question?
Tepper, in that article.
So before we go into Mr. Tepper and the article, since you're just joining us, any
Yeah,
thoughts you want to add to the game today, bro?
yeah, go for it.
My phone broke up. Say that one. You said thoughts on what again?
On the game today, just since you're just joining us, wanted to get your take.
This is what I'm telling y'all. I'm waiting for that wow game. I finally got my wow game.
Yep.
Yes.
I said,
Mm-hmm.
and I found myself actually watching the game, and I'm okay with the loss because they at least were competitive.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The defense started the run game, of course, yeah, but the team, Bryce Young, he believes. And I found myself going to do something. He's going to do something, and he did. He made throws. He missed a couple, but of course, no quarterback's perfect. He made dime throws. He made on time throws. He was threading the needle. This is a Bryce Young I've been waiting to see.
Yes.
Thank
Yep.
you, sir, for
Absolutely.
showing up and showing out. Jesus Christ. I
Yep.
was elated.
Freedom.
I'm screaming. You know what I'm saying? Look, my wife was telling me to shut up. I was like, no, you don't understand. I'm excited in a
Yeah.
good way
Right.
this time. Like I'm happy
Yeah.
because he showed moxie and number I can't remember Smith, whatever his name is, Smith.
Oh
Sir,
yeah.
we need to find some
Yeah.
room for you
Yes,
as a
sir.
slot receiver because you showed
Hey, we
hands,
got a baller.
you showed some promise. Jesus Christ. DJ Chark, I have to give you credit where credit is due, good sir, because you made catch. after catch. You made tiptoe sideline drag swag, as
Mm-hmm.
just Nate Burleson calls it. You dragging the feet. Adam Thielen, goddamn brother, you made one of the most best one-handed catches I have seen in a hot
Yes.
minute.
Fantastic one-handed catch.
Lord have mercy.
Yes, sir.
This is what. And before I finish my tangent here, real quick, with my again, I hands see you after that. No January, but if they in the offensive line,
Oh.
so line. See y'all. Now we could have done better in the run game, but it is what it is.
Hey, off, offense had 4 touchdowns this game. So
Yep.
That's a bro. It's like you for giving my wow game. That's all I've been begging for is a wow game. And I got the wow. We scored 30 points. We scored 30 freaking points.
yeah.
Christ. Shocking all. We actually scored a touchdown and we looked good. And that last one to Thielen in that corner, I'm not thinking, excuse me, Chark in that corner, Bryce Young, I take but I was already a fan. Like I always said, I believe in a young man. But
Right.
you made me even more believer. The only thing that I say is let's build off of this game.
Yes.
Let's not regress. Let's progress. Let's keep pushing it because, and I know so it's not going to be the most popular opinion,
Reach.
but God, it may not be the most popular opinion, but damn it, Thomas Brown one hell of a game today. It didn't always flow well, but he balanced things out perfectly. He put Bryce in position to be successful, and he was. So hats off to Thomas Brown. I hope you get not a full shot, but I hope you get an off season to come in here and put your stamp. Because Bryce Young, if y'all notice, now that he only has Thomas Brown in his ear, and he's starting to catch himself.
Right.
Bryce Young is playing better. Our offense looks better because we have one voice in his ear, and he trusts and he respects Thomas Brown. Again, that's what I tell you. When a player trusts and respects a coach, they'll go out and play better. They'll play harder. They'll hold themselves accountable. Bryce Young trusts Thomas Brown. So if we are smart, Mr. Tepper, you bring back Thomas Brown because give that man give him the respect you didn't give Wills. Give him an off season to put his stuff in. Because if you notice, we've gotten away from Frank Wright's offense, and you're starting to see more of Thomas Brown. We didn't run no goddamn wide receiver reverses.
This is true. This is true.
We didn't run jets. We didn't do that shit. We didn't do that. We weren't utilizing the tight ends down the seam.
Oh yeah.
Thomas Brown is.
Yep. Trimble had a great game.
Great. If you know, that's what I'm saying. You notice the offense looks drastically different.
Yep.
Now that Thomas Brown says, you know what, I can actually call my game the way I want to call it. Because Tabor's not going to be in my ear telling me, no. He's not. He said, you know what, dude, do your thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It looks completely different. And this is what happens when you have chemistry and symmetry from top to bottom, when you have a quarterback and a coordinator that trust each other. This is the music that can be played, that should have been being played from day one. But hey, the problem is gone. Well, one of the problems is gone. The other one is still on the team. But if Mr. Tepper can build and understand that as long as I stay out of the damn way, I actually have a franchise quarterback and the offensive minded, and he's not head coach, offensive minded coordinator. that I don't need to bring in an offensive-minded coach because I already have one here in Thomas Brown. I just need to bring in a leader. Let's stop harping on offensive-minded coach. Those are cute. Those are cool. But if you have a guy in the building that already has the ear and respect of your quarterback, it would behoove you to say, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I got to do to keep you in this building because you
Yeah.
actually have my number one overall pick playing well.
Yes.
So don't get you an offensive-minded coach just for the sake of it. Get you a leader of men.
Leader. Yes.
Yeah.
And let your coordinators do their job.
Right.
I don't need you to be offensive-minded coach to come in and turn this around. I need you to be a leader. Be a leader. Everything else flows. I'm just saying, fellas. It's just it makes MMS make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
It makes sense. It's making sense right now. That's just my quick tangent on letting Bryce Young and Thomas Brown grow, because that's what young quarterbacks need. They need a coordinator to grow with. All the great ones had a coordinator to grow with. We're seeing it right now in Kansas City. We've seen it for a while. Mahomes, even though he has his struggles, had the enemy, but he had Andy Reid has been in his ear his entire career.
Yep.
That's his one coordinator. Tom Brady, for a long time, even though Tom Brady is one of the greatest to ever do it, had one real person in his ear. Peyton Manning, that's Peyton Manning, and he's his thing. But if you notice, when Drew Brees got with Sean Payton, he had that one constant voice in his ear.
Yep.
They made music together for years.
Yep.
Because when you have a coordinator or coach, whatever it is, that believes in you, it goes a long way to your production on the field. That's what I'm saying, fellas. The one voice will go a long way in making sure Bryce Young reaches his potential. I'm over not having the first overall pick. Chicago, you can have that shit because we have our quarterback of the future. We just need to surround him with, and matter of fact, surround him with, I would say, go get a legit number one.
Yes.
Because, again, I want to see what Jackson Smith can do in that slot because he showed hands, he showed speed. Thielen's coming back for 2 more years, hopefully. Mingo can learn something from Thielen because I still stand strong. Mingo belongs in the slot. He doesn't belong on the outside. I'm still going to hold firm to that one. Go get us a legit number one outside receiver. We have tight ends. Stephon Sullivan, hats off to you, good buddy. You should have another solid game. Tommy Trimble, another solid game. I don't want another tight end. We got 2 of them. We're good.
Yep.
No more tight ends. Go get him a legit, big-bodied number one receiver. Mike Evans. Mike Evans.
Oh, I would love that.
Or T. Higgins. Either one, because they're out of the 2, I would say I'm a big Mike Evans fan, but if we're wanting him to grow with somebody, T. Higgins would be the guy because he's younger and he's just young. He's younger. He still has many, not that Mike Evans doesn't, but he has many, many more years to go.
Right.
That Mike Evans doesn't. And I love Mike Evans, but you get Bryce Young, that number one, with the way we're running the ball.
Right.
The way our tight ends are stepping up. The way our defense can step up.
Yeah.
We don't need 2 or 3. I would give us next year, if Bryce Young has the time, we could be a wild card team. And y'all might call me crazy or stupid. With what I'm seeing us, way we're ending the season, we could be in the hunt for that wild card. Hell, our division is so bad, we could win the damn division. Our division sucks.
Yeah. Let's not forget the division we're in.
Yeah. Let me catch myself. Our division sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks. Tampa Bay, you have Baker Mayfield. You suck. Atlanta, you have Desmond Ridder, who you benched again. You suck. New Orleans, let me not talk because that's still my home city. I'm still.
Oh yeah.
Let me
can't turn on your city now.
I can't turn on my second city. I know my first city is Carolina. My second city is New Orleans. But Jesus, but y'all have Derek Carr.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, he sucks.
Yeah.
So this builds well into my point. If we get Bryce what he needs, There is no reason, fellas. And they say y'all call me crazy. I might be out of my damn mind that we can't win this damn division next year. There is no reason unless David Tepper gets in the fucking way again. There's no reason
Which is
we should not win this division.
it's funny you say that because this is a good transition to Mr. David Tepper. Let me
Oh God.
let me reread this since just in case you missed it. Let me reread this. So this was on Panthers Wire, article written by the Athletics' Diana Rossini, and it talks about David Tepper as far as the whole NFL coaching carousel and stuff about the offseason. And she writes, and I quote, in Carolina, owner David Tepper has taken hit after hit around the league for meddling and creating a culture of fear. But a league source said Tepper has been self reflective, blaming himself for almost all the mistakes made this season. The source said he's incredibly accountable and ready to make it right. He's rejuvenated. Uh, so now,
Mr. Carolina, you go first on this
so
one.
now he wants to make it right. Yeah, Mr. Carolina, you fire off first.
Yes. This ought to be entertaining.
What? Oh my God. You idiot.
Oh, see, y'all done got Mr. Carolina warmed up.
You're rejuvenated. You dumbass. It took you 6 years to rejuvenate yourself, you fucking moron. First of all,
here we go.
you bald head, half a cul-de-sac on your head, nerd glasses mother sucker you. First of all, you should have self-reflected when you bought this team. Second of all, you and your wife, oh my God. Don't tell me about no more motherfucking concert that you brought in Charlotte. I swear to God, I'll slap you. If you say something else about goddamn concert, we don't care. We don't care. But the first, I'll give you this, Mr. Tepper. The fact that you're trying to hold yourself accountable. My mama always told me actions speak louder than words.
Facts.
So don't tell me something that your ass is not going to do. If you're not going to take the necessary steps to really hold yourself accountable, to really get out of your own way, I don't want to hear it in the papers. I don't want to read about it. I really don't care.
Facts.
Show me. Show me your actions. That's like my wife would tell me, show me you love me. Absolutely. I could tell her I love her all day.
Right.
Hey, babe, I love you. Hey, honey, I love you. Hey, honey, that's awesome. But I have to show her constantly. I'm your husband. I love you. This is how I do it. I can tell my sons, hey, I love you. Let me provide, let me text you, feed you, let me go to the game, let me make sure you're going to be you that I care. Mr. Tepper, what you do, sir, is make sure, it goes back to my point, make sure you hire a leader of men. Make sure that you get a general management, because I have a feeling Scott Fitter's not going to be here. Make sure you take the steps to do it the right way.
Yeah.
Get your GM first.
The right way.
Get your GM. Make sure your GM has full authority.
Yes.
Bringing in a coach that understands the culture in Charlotte. Now, you can give the stamp of approval, but if your GM says, I like him, do not step on his toes or have him walking in fear that if he hires a coach that he sees that can lead this team, he can't feel comfortable in saying, you know what, Mr. Fitter, Mr. Tepper, I like this guy because he understands what I know. He's not an offensive. He may or may not be an offensive-minded coach, but he garners respect around this league.
Yes.
Not fake respect, because we already know that fake respect that Frank Wright was getting was a bunch of bullshit. I'm going to call that what it is. It was all bullshit.
Fair enough.
You have no culture. Bring in a guy that says, you know what, Bryce Young is my guy. This is how we're going to make him better. But hey, I can already see that we have a structure in place with his offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator. I don't want them going anywhere. Make sure they stay. Hell, keep the special teams coach. I like him too. He shows a little moxie. But you and your wife, don't bring your ass down to the practice field because we're not here to see you. Do it,
Facts.
Jerry Richardson. Jerry Richardson rode his ass on his goddamn golf cart. We saw him. He didn't say much. He signed a few autographs. He kept his ass moving. We don't need you watching the offensive line because you know nothing about offensive line. You know nothing about splits, stances, finger position, gap control. You know nothing about that. Stop it because you're not helping. You are harming because now it's like your boss standing over your shoulder at work. I'm not going to be more productive because you're standing here, sir. I'm really not. I'm a little bit more nervous because I know one slight tip of the wrong key, you might fire my ass right there. If you're going to do something, I don't need you peeking over my shoulder to do it. I need you to let me be me and run your organization into success because the way you've been running for the past 6 years has not been working.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all. I want to see it, and I said it's going. I know it's going to take a little bit of time, but I want to see the transition from him stepping away and just being an owner, making sure your deals don't fall through. No shade, making sure that shit happens. Making sure you apologize to South Carolina because it's about the Carolinas, not just North Carolina.
Right.
Facts.
Mr. Rich,
Facts.
Mr. Richardson understood that.
Mm-hmm.
Not just because he went to school there, but the Panthers represent 2 states, not just one, dude. You can't take that. The people look forward to going to the college down there. Hell, I was going to take my sons there next year just to
Yes.
experience it.
Oh,
They want
nice.
to see
Yes.
it. I can't do that now. Now, I mean, it's a little bit short of a drive, but I was actually looking forward to going now because I've never been there. Can't do
Right.
that now because this idiot decided to
Yep.
take it out of, and we've been there for years.
For years.
The
Years.
small
Like, what are you
businesses are losing
doing?
money. The people in the staff are losing money because you're not paying them, Mr. Tapper. And all of these staff people, I love these people. Every one of them had a smile on their face every time you came through those gates. They were excited about their job. They're not even Panthers fans, but they were excited about their job. And I'm like, wow, that's the impact that training camp has down there. And you're going to take that away?
Mm. Yeah.
We even did a stream in Monster Sub and Grub.
Yep. Sure did.
For goodness sakes, C3 did one down there too. They did one before we did, a week before.
It's
Shout out to them. Free business.
shout out to. That's what I'm saying. It's you can't. And I said I would never question him as a businessman because I know he's made billions of dollars. So I would never question you as a businessman.
Mm-hmm.
That's why let me shut myself up because I've not even made nowhere close to the money that you've made, not even close. But football wise, you have to understand the impact that you have just created by taking football out of that, not football, but professional football out of that state.
Yep.
Because there are a lot of Panthers fans in South Carolina.
I don't care about
A
the fans.
lot of Panthers fans. And it's like, I'm hoping his decision doesn't. They could. I'm hoping that doesn't turn some people away to be like, okay, you're taking football out of here. I'm going to go root for the Falcons now because they're a little bit closer to me.
Ew.
They're not.
What I care about is that training camp.
That's what I'm saying. You like it meant something.
Degree.
Yeah, exactly.
It meant something to the folks down there.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're taking it away, you're taking away in history.
Yeah, the attendance
Why?
We're being broken every year for a reason.
People love to go down there.
Yeah. And if you're concerned about
People loved it.
part of it, just put it in the Wofford Stadium.
Yeah, I mean,
It
shoot, I
proves you
had a
could do it
blast.
with
I had a
come back
blast when
together
I went
Saturday
there
every
for the
year.
first time.
It's fun. From
Yeah.
what I've been told, that's what I said. I was looking forward to it next year. I was looking forward to it. I told my sons all about it. I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna make sure I have enough time off from work. We're gonna go down there. Hell, if I can, I remote work, so shit, I can actually work from the goddamn top of the hill or something and just say, boo boo boo, make sure make sure they got the experience
Right.
of this is what training camp is. Because I said my oldest son
Yeah.
wants to play college football, or he wants to play college basketball. This is what it's like, and he wants to. Hopefully, one day he'll make it. This is what you can look forward to. This is what it goes on. But like I said, to me, he's doing a lot. He's doing a lot. But when you're a billionaire, you can pretty much do what you want. And I'm hoping this doesn't come to bite him in the butt. And I'm hoping he brings training camp back to South Carolina with either facility or just something else. But just bring it back, dude, because that's meant a lot to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Please,
I agree.
please,
I
I am begging.
definitely agree.
Yeah, you just go back to the game.
So
Excitement.
I'll say this about David Tepper, and then I'll shift to Corey for his thoughts on this article. Personally,
Oh, I can't wait.
David Tepper, if this is really how you feel,
Mhm.
I need you to do two things. One,
Okay.
number one, if you honestly truly feel that way and you feel quote unquote rejuvenated, I need you to get up on that podium and number one, address the fans and the
Back,
organization.
Yep. Yep.
back. I want to read your body language. I want to know that you're actually sincere. I want these press people to look you in the eyes and know that you were actually sorry for your actions.
And two, after that final whistle blows on our final game of the season, I better see you or hear about you being as active as possible to start that turnaround
Yes. Immediately.
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 I say start now.
How
Get
how
your
how
hand up the cookie jar.
how much are you really rejuvenated? Huh? Are you
Yeah.
rejuvenated enough to turn this whole ship around? Huh? I mean, can't believe it took you this long to come to this realization because, I mean, you've been the owner for a handful of years now. I mean, this isn't exactly anything new,
Right.
but show us. And I honestly think that first thing you should do, address the fans and organization in public. Be a man.
Yep. Yep.
Facts.
Be a
Get your
man.
big boy pants on.
Don't
Say
tell us.
just out with it.
Why do
You
you need to
messed
go through an
up.
anonymous source or some random source to tell us this? No,
Exactly.
go
Like,
up and actually publicly say it.
yeah. I mean, we all know who you are as Carolina
Yeah,
Panther fans, and even just as
exactly.
NFL
We're,
football
we're
fans.
not
We know who
hiding
you
anything at
are.
this point.
So just be accountable. Like, come out in the open, say you messed up. Just
Yeah,
just be real about it,
yeah,
and then we go from there. But that's
yeah.
where you start turning the ship around. All right, you got addressing this out of the way. You came forward. You came clean. Now, what are you gonna do about it?
Facts.
Corey,
Jack in
you're
the box.
Corey, you're up. That's all I got.
I mean that you pretty much took half of the wind out of my sails here because I was going to say some of that stuff. But realistically, I need you to not go through an agent, not go through an anonymous source, not go through some nonsense person in the
Facts.
media. I need you to come up to that podium and do a press conference
Yep.
and look these people in the eye, look us fans in the eye, and look everybody in the eye and say, I screwed up. I'm going to do these things to fix it. And I am actually sorry. Because let's be real. The amount of times that people say sorry in our lives, it starts to lose power after you hear it enough times. And you
Right.
start to not believe them. We have had a series of liars in Carolina in our management.
Yeah.
We have had a
Yeah.
series of them.
Yeah.
Not one, not two, but a series of them that have lied to us continuously over the last 8 years. So, no, an anonymous source or just a random source is not going to do it for me. Step up to that podium, tell me that you're sorry.
Yeah.
Letting me read your body language. Your body language will tell me everything I need to know about you. And don't just get foam at the mouth and distract yourself with another topic. No, stay on schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Say what you
Indeed.
got to say,
Indeed.
and then get off the podium. Because
Say it with
I,
your
I don't
chest.
need I don't need a whole Q&A. I just need him to say what he needs to say and say I'm not taking any questions. That
I,
will tell me,
I'd be
okay,
fine with that. I'd be fine with that.
because the media is going to do whatever they're going to do. They're going to shred him, so I'm not about that. What I'm about is the apology itself. That's what I want. Then act on it. Immediately act on it. Get your hand out of the cookie jar. Stop talking to these coaches. Let them do their jobs. I don't want to see you down there in these offices at all. What I need to see you in is your limo, just driving around, enjoying yourself.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's it. I don't need to see you out here talking to these players. None of this.
Mm-hmm.
Stop micromanaging.
Yeah. And all the meddling crap.
And it makes me sick to watch this. We've had enough meddling. We seriously have. Okay, so and I will have to push back a little bit on that because I do want this man to at least learn this franchise. At least learn what you bought. You're not going to just buy a Ferrari and not even check it out, not even look under the hood,
Mm-hmm.
and say, "Oh yeah, I got a Ferrari," and just show it off to your friends. You know, and then just put it in the garage for about 6 months and say, "Oh yeah, I got a Ferrari. That's cool." And not even look at it. You want to learn about your Ferrari. You want to learn about what you bought. So I'm asking him to learn from a distance about what you bought and then go from there. That will help your decision making process. And I'll get around to that in a minute. At the end of my soliloquy, I've got a question for y'all. But
Okay.
regarding that, but
Mhm.
first of all, get your hand out. Get your hand out the cookie jar? Seriously, get your hand out the cookie jar. It's not working.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me. Okay, we're gonna start with this topic right here because concerts is my area.
Oh, quick,
All right,
just a quick comment. Just a quick comment. What Vietnam? Welcome to the stream. Says what's up, Blitz. Says Bryce looked good today, but I hate that the refs screwed us. I'm so happy that our offense finally started working. Facts, indeed.
facts
Screwed,
This was
screwed us royally.
a
Royally.
yeah.
royally.
Um,
Mike Evans just got a touchdown pass. Why?
who just got a touchdown?
Mike Evans, 27
So
nothing
he's got
Bucks.
3 touchdowns.
Yep,
Jeez.
that was this just in. But since I know you like Mike Evans,
Okay. Give me 5. I'll be right back, fellas. I'll be right back. I gotta run to the store
all
real
right.
quick.
Alrighty. Yeah, do your thing. But yeah, you were saying.
Okay, so the concerts thing. If you really want to defend Tapper right now,
Mm-hmm.
no, just don't even with the concerts thing because we've had at least half a dozen great venues in Charlotte already before you started messing around. You claim that you saved music in Charlotte by putting turning Boa into a music venue.
Oh man. Dang.
Look, I'm not even gonna go there, bro, because these artists have been going through Charlotte for decades to make a name for themselves. If you
Right.
can't make your name in Charlotte, you're not gonna make it on the East Coast. Period.
Right. That's fair.
That in Atlanta, Georgia. So they already attracted all of these major artists on every single tour known to man in the US has gone through Charlotte. Prove me wrong. Everybody that even has a star next to their name right now has gone through Charlotte as a musician. So don't tell me that we can't attract that same talent somewhere else in the city, in any one of those six venues. I've been to two of them, by the way, for concerts just this year. So don't tell me that we can't get these people in here and that you saved music. Man,
Hmm.
what a load of garbage. I'm gonna stop you right there, Mr. Tepper, because that's a load of garbage. All you did was just add an extra venue to the city. That's all you did. You know? Yeah, now these artists can play in a stadium. That's cool. Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that because that's been a thing way before you even made your billions of dollars, sir.
Hmm.
Way before. So no, don't do not come at me with that one. No, I will throw that out in point 0.5 seconds. All right, so the next thing is tell me what positive things this man has actually done as an owner. Because right now, anybody could walk in there and create a Hall of Fame for the players as an owner with enough money, obviously.
That's pretty much
Anybody
the only thing I can think of, to be honest with you.
anybody anybody that could walk in here as an owner and put the Panthers logo in the middle of the field. Come on, that should have been done years ago. But Mr. Richardson wanted to honor the NFL with the NFL Shield because we had a franchise created by the NFL. I respect it. That's why I didn't say anything.
Hmm.
But now, it's not Mr. Richardson's team anymore because he's not here with us anymore.
Right.
So it's Mr. Tepper's team. So he put the Panther logo in the middle of the field. Credit to him on that one. Anybody could do that. Anybody could try to create a training camp, somewhere, anywhere in North or South Carolina, you know, with enough money. What do we need you for, Mr. Tepper? Seriously, what do we need you for? Everything else you have done negatively here.
Hmm.
What do we need you for? What we need is a president of operations because every consistent franchise out there that has been successful has a president. This is why Cam Newton has been on his campaign to try to be a president of the Panthers. I vote yes because this man has already proven through his podcast that he can successfully make money and successfully generate attention
Hmm.
and do the things that are necessary to run a business. Yeah, I mean the guy's got an LLC. Come on. And if you wanted to go fan wise, I'd say Mad Cata because Mad Cata already has an LLC. If we were to raise enough money and have a fan take over as president to run the team, yeah, Mad Cata would be my vote because he knows how to run a business.
Hmm.
He knows what he's doing. He's in tune with this franchise. He understands what's going on. So does Cam Newton. So does Luke Kuechly. So does Thomas Davis. So does you name the star
Right.
player that's been here. They are in tune with this franchise
Got to be in
way
tune.
more than you ever will be, Mr. Tepper. So name somebody to take over. Sit back, grab yourself an iced tea, and chillax. I don't want to see you down there. Once you name somebody, get the heck out of my way
Yes,
and
indeed.
let these guys
Indeed.
do their job. If I see you in a press room, okay, cool. Because you're required to be there. Cool. I don't have a problem with that. Stay your crazy butt out of that draft room. I do not want to see that man even enter those doors
Dang.
this year.
He said he don't even want him in the draft room, period.
I don't want any outside influence from ownership messing with or meddling with our draft picks. Stop it.
He can't even sit in the corner of the room?
Nope. He'll have something to say. He will have something to say, bro. I'm telling you, he will. He can't help himself. He can't help but dip his hand in the cookie jar.
You got a point. You got a point.
I'm
Yeah.
telling you. And here's my thing. If you are able to buy like 14 yachts, that doesn't mean you should. That doesn't mean you should, bro. If you own this team, it doesn't mean you have to meddle.
Right.
There's a difference between learning the team and meddling. And I've already explained this before, but if anybody wants the explanation, I'd be glad to give it later on. Just let me know in chat. Any of our chats.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a massive difference. And Tepper has crossed that line many, many times. I'm also going to extend an offer for the people of York County to join my stream and talk about their side of the situation with the training camp. Because at this point, with all the stuff that we're hearing about Tepper, I'm starting to, lean the other direction and
Uh-oh.
start listening. Because I want to hear what's going on with both sides of this. I know it's pretty much over with, but my main concern was the construction workers that they got paid because they got families, they got bills to pay with that money
Mm-hmm.
and food to put on the table. So that was my main concern. They got paid. So kudos to whoever decided to pay them. But I want to hear both sides of this. I'm open to it during the off season. We'll do a stream. We'll create a stream just for you guys. We're inviting you in, okay? And I know you and Mr. Carolina would love to be involved in this if you're interested. You know,
Okay.
but we could learn a lot about this situation that we didn't know before. Instead of it just being what we heard, from Mr. Tepper's side.
Um,
I want to know what's going on. Big Cat managed to get one of those people in.
um,
How he did it.
Vietnam made a comment. He says, by the looks of it, Tepper's meddling wasn't the issue. It was Frank. To me, it seems like that he was the problem all along. You guys were right. Well, what
I mean, yes and no.
with this,
Frank was Tepper was the main problem because he hired Frank in the first place.
it's hard to really piece it all together,
It's both.
Vietnam.
It's both.
It hmm. Because like we're going through this article that supposedly, like, according to Diana Rossini, like, supposedly there's a source that's saying that he's coming to terms with him causing the biggest amount of the mistakes, which, I mean, I don't know if there's really
Man's lying.
if there's a
He's
really
lying.
a percentage of that. It's it's hard to say, Vietnam. It's hard to say. Like,
Tepper is lying like a son of a gun. I'm telling y'all right now, he is
you
lying.
you think he's lying?
Oh yeah, I'm not buying it. We have had way too many fake lemonade punches put in front of our faces and told we're supposed to drink it and
Which is
believe it.
fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Way too much. Way too many lies that we're supposed to buy.
Yeah,
I,
but you
I'm done. I'm done, bro. You're gonna have to prove to me that you're telling the truth.
yeah,
Tepper,
that's
I
fair.
can't do this
But
anymore.
but you may be onto something there, Vietnam. You may be onto something there. Um, but
I'm
yeah,
not for second chances. I am, but you gotta show me that you deserve one. Through your actions. Show me that I'm willing to grant it if you're able to show me that you are telling the truth here.
yeah. And the sad thing, Vietnam, they still got to pay Frank. They
Exactly.
still
We're
got to
still
pay
paying
Frank.
Matt Rule.
They're still paying Matt Rule. So that's going to
Yes.
last for a while. Still don't know the full details of what Frank's contract was, but
And I mean this is Tepper's fault. This is Tepper's fault for hiring both of these guys that had no business being head coaches in the NFL.
yeah.
No business whatsoever.
Ah,
And
so Vietnam just touched on the both of our points. Vietnam says until he publicly says that he made mistakes, and I can't believe outside sources. I want Tep to admit that he messed up.
Bax, I
There
want
it
a press
is.
conference. I want
There
a
it
press
is.
conference with this man. No Q&A. No, I want him to speak. And I want these people to look him in the eyes. I want everybody to be able to look him in the eyes, body language wise, and have him say these things.
We're right there
Don't
with you,
use an
Vietnam.
anonymous source. Don't use a random source from the media. No, I need you to come out there and prove it to me that you are sorry.
Yeah, we're right there with you, Vietnam. Right there with you.
I've
Um,
heard so many people say that they're sorry, and I'm just like, nah, miss me with that.
he also says, but
Tell the truth.
that money comes out of Tepper's money, not the salary cap. That is true. That is true.
True.
That is
True.
true. So, but
You're
yeah,
not proving it to me by putting facial recognition software in when you should be paying for turf. You're not proving it to me by screwing up the York project when you should be keeping that training camp in Wofford and paying those people at Wofford. You're not proving it to me by your little temper tantrum, after the game when everybody's been pissed off and frustrated for 8 years. You're not proving this. You got to start proving that you're actually sorry.
you know what I think it could also be? It could possibly mean that, do you think because he's been losing money that he might possibly feel this way because he's losing money?
Uh huh. Uh huh. He's
I mean,
not sorry because of what it did. I'm gonna tell you why he's sorry. He's sorry because we didn't show up to that Falcons game. He's sorry because we ain't showing up to this game.
that
He's
stadium
sorry
was
because he ain't
practically
getting the merch
empty.
sales in the ticket sales and the food cost sales and the money from the Charlotte taxpayers that he should be getting.
Like I literally heard that folks that got
We're a
tickets to
winning team.
that Panthers Falcons game sat at a certain seat and was even able to move up closer to like near like the front.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Are you
actually
freaking
true.
kidding? Okay,
That's
we're
actually
we're
true.
talking. Remind me of the price of these tickets again,
I think the lowest I saw was like 45 cents.
bro. A Snickers bar costs more than that. A
Yeah.
freaking Snickers bar costs more than that in this economy right now. So for the low price of a Snickers bar, or even half a Snickers bar, you can go watch this team fail in the rain and sit wherever you please. Now, whenever we go to a game, we actually have assigned seats. We cannot move. We cannot upgrade. So you're telling me
Shoot.
they just upgraded seats just randomly
You,
for fans
you,
just because we had a lack of people coming in?
yeah, that's what I've been told.
Are
Not
you
only
freaking kidding me?
not only that, shoot,
Wow.
he might as well make all the PSL owners like reimburse the PSL owners. Shoot.
Exactly.
Shoot, you want to
These
start? How
people are
about
paying
reimburse the
thousands a
PSL
year,
owners?
thousands a year, and you just
Shoot.
sold tickets for 49 cents.
Yeah, it's
That,
crazy.
let, let,
Um
Let me stop. Let me stop before I get on another rant.
Vietnam says, I don't think that he will ever say it. What billionaire admits his mistakes? None that I've ever seen. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
Ego will not allow him to do that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah,
Straight up.
that's fair. But I do agree, Corey said it, Vietnam said it, Mr. Carolina said it. Like, get him in front of the press addressing the
Yeah.
organization, players, fans, everybody. I messed up. This is
Miss
on
me with
me.
this accountability nonsense. Miss me with that because you have not been holding yourself accountable as an owner for the past 8 years. You
And
have not,
then
sir.
the only other thing on this article was that it says, and I quote, a
Oh,
league.
he's rejuvenated.
Oh yeah, rejuvenated,
Rejuvenated. Really?
rejuvenated. Says
Like he just came out of a spa or something.
yeah, or
Man, please.
it's
Miss me with
crazy.
that too. You ain't rejuvenated. You ain't learned nothing.
It says
You weren't visited by the ghosts of Christmas past, future, and present.
yeah,
Man,
exactly.
miss me with that.
He says it says a leak source said Tepper has his eye on Detroit Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson, who was his first choice his last hiring cycle. Johnson is a native of
Oh,
Western.
he was your first choice? Then why wasn't he interviewed?
Yeah, this was it was
Why
his
wasn't he
first
interviewed,
choice.
sir?
Because I think Ben Johnson declined to meet with him. I believe he declined to meet with him.
Ooh. Ooh.
If I
Okay,
remember correctly.
so on top of our people going behind Tepper's back and telling Ben Johnson's people about how Tepper runs his franchise, now you got that piece of information where Ben Johnson actually declined an interview
Yeah,
from
if
this
if
man.
if I remember, and like I said, folks in the chat, correct me if I'm
You didn't
wrong.
get
If
the
I
job.
remember
No,
correctly,
he's not
last
signing.
last season he like
That's all I needed to hear right there.
declined to even meet with him. But it says here Johnson's a native of Western North Carolina and a former UNC walk-on quarterback, but turned down a chance to continue conversations about the Panthers job last year because he didn't feel ready to take over
Wow.
as a head coach. Now the source said Johnson is ready and is expected to have options. Okay, that's
He already turned you down once.
so he didn't feel
He's
like
going
he
to
was
turn you down a second time. Now, based on that information,
so he
because he
didn't
doesn't
feel
want to
like
work for you, Mister Tepper.
so he didn't feel like he was ready to take over as head coach at the moment.
Nah, that ain't the reason.
Which can
Ain't the
you
reason.
blame him for feeling
That's the
that way?
stated reason. That's the stated reason. The reason behind closed doors is he don't want to work for Tepper.
I mean, can you blame him?
Facts, facts, facts. Anybody facts? Come on. If you got people from our organization already telling you about how Tepper is running his organization, you're not gonna take that job
Right.
after declining it once. It's not happening. We are not getting Ben Johnson. I'm sorry, it's not happening. So who's next? You know, we can't get Harbaugh. He's stuck in Michigan. He's gonna take that extension. I bet you. He's already told NFL teams he doesn't want to come up.
Right.
Eric Bellamy, good luck luring him out of Washington.
Yeah. I mean, they're
He's
looking
up for a
to
head coaching job in Washington. So no, he's not going anywhere.
yeah, since they're looking to let
Jaro is
go
going
of
to leave if you don't hire the right coach. He'll go somewhere else. Chris Porras is going to go back to special teams.
yeah.
And that leaves Thomas Brown, who I'm actually going to have to eat some crow on this dude because he actually stopped digging out of the Frank Wright garbage can of plays.
Right.
He actually stopped digging for the trash. I'm proud of you, Chris.
I
Proud
t-
of you.
I tell you what though,
I
if
mean, Brown.
if by some shades of a miracle
Proud
that
of you, Thomas.
if by some shades of a miracle that Detroit happens to even make it to the NFC Championship or even as far as the Super Bowl, then it's going to make things really complicated.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
because then he will definitely be the hottest target out there for sure. But
I still say Ken Dorsey. Bring in Ken Dorsey.
you still campaign for Ken Dorsey, which is fair, which is fair.
I think if we don't retain Thomas Brown, then Ken Dorsey.
And Ken Dorsey, okay,
Um, my thing is like one game is great, but
mm,
you gotta build on that.
yeah,
I need to see
definitely
two
got to build
games.
on that.
I need to see two games from you, sir, doing these things and progressing this offense. If I see that, then I'll actually buy fully into Thomas Brown.
Hmm.
Because right now, I'm starting to eat some crow, but I'm not all the way in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And to be fair, I'll say it. I've been trashing this dude all year. I even trashed him a little bit today during that first quarter.
I see.
Um, we need Mike Shula. No, we don't. No, no, just stop. Just stop right there. No, Mike Shula was not the answer.
I mean, Mike Shula's great, but Mike Shula, what has he even been doing? Mike Shula.
Exactly. That's my point.
Oh, he's a senior offensive assistant for the Bills. I mean,
Nah,
we haven't
nah,
had Shula since
no.
2017.
And what offensive system are they running in Buffalo? May I remind you, people? Ken Dorsey's playbook.
Because
That's
we
his
gotta
system.
because we gotta remember he's not offensive coordinator over there at Buffalo.
Yeah.
He hasn't been offensive coordinator since the Giants, and that was
We went to
2018,
the Super Bowl
2019.
with Ken Dorsey as Cam Newton's quarterback coach. We didn't know what Ken Dorsey's offensive schemes looked like until he went up to Buffalo.
Hmm.
And what's his name? The offensive coordinator out there right now. He's using Ken Dorsey's uh, playbook. That's why he's still successful right now. Um, although I would like to see what his playbook looked like. In comparison, I would venture to say it's significantly less. But um, I was excited to see what Ken Dorsey's playbook would look like as soon as he got upgraded to offensive coordinator. That intrigued me
Mm.
because if you look at what Cam Newton was doing with it, it was nasty. Some of those plays were suggested by him. I guarantee it.
Oh snap! I missed a comment from Joe Valesco. I am so sorry. Joe Valesco says, "What about Joe Flacco? He is too good." Yeah, Joe Flacco's been playing good. Their Browns are on a
Yeah.
three-game win streak.
Yep. Flacco's been great.
Vietnam says, "What do you think about Tabor keeping head coach job and Thomas Brown retaining the offensive coordinator position?" Honestly, I,
Too early to tell.
I, I, I don't see them doing it. Like,
Too early to tell.
I
Chris
mean,
Tapor's not keeping the interim job. There's no way. Not with Tepper looming.
yeah, I don't think Tepper would be willing to do it, Vietnam, to be honest with you. Now retaining Thomas Brown as offensive coordinator, possibly, but
Uh,
Tabor as head coach, I don't see it. Especially if he wasn't willing to pull the trigger on Steve Wilkes when he did
right.
a good job. I'm not so sure he would
No.
even
We're,
consider
we're
that
going
with
over
with
2
Chris
years.
Tabor.
David Tepper does not learn anything. He has not learned a thing. He's
Like,
still whining. He's still complaining. He's still screaming the F word in the locker room. And then
yeah.
he wants to. He's basically a 10-year-old child on Christmas morning that doesn't get what he wants.
Like, I'm not completely against the idea of Vietnam. I just don't think Tepper would budge. I don't think he'd budge.
Mason says Thomas Brown got to go. I don't know about that. After today, I don't know about that. Um, as long as see the problem was he was dipping into Frank Wright's playbook for the last 2 or 3 games
Hmm.
since Frank got fired. If he was not doing that and he was actually coming up with his own plays like he did today, then that's a different story. You know, then I could see, okay, let's take a deeper look into Thomas Brown. You know, should we hold on to him and the rest of the year would be an evaluation process for him? You know, do we keep him or no? But the problem is he dug into that trash can for 2 years, for 2 games, and those 2 games were horrendous offensively. So,
Hmm.
yeah, that's why I say you got to get rid of all of the poison before you close up the wound. We didn't get rid of Frank Wright's playbook, therefore, Thomas Brown says, "Oh, okay. Let me dip into here since I'm still looking for answers on what I should do with this offense." Wrong. Create your own playbook. That's what good offensive coordinators do.
Right. This Vietnam says Tabor has outcoached Frank all the way and has this team playing at a higher level since a couple of years ago.
Absolutely.
This is
That's
while
what a
this is
proper head coach
true.
looks like when he's using challenges correctly and timeouts correctly and actually managing the game clock correctly. That's what a proper head coach does. And did you notice when Jamie Robinson screwed up on special teams? Chris DePort went off on this dude.
Yeah.
Let him know. He held him accountable. He said, I do not want to see that ever again. Or you're going to be running suicide laps tomorrow. I
Yeah.
said, thank you, Chris. Finally, we got a head coach that's got some animation and some energy and some passion for this game and is holding people accountable and says, you're not going to do that garbage anymore on my field. We're going
Yeah.
to correct this and we're going to do it the right way.
Vietnam says, and that's with a subpar
Physical.
playbook and a busted O line. I think my only thing though, Vietnam, and I hate to bring this up again, is I just wish his head coaching record wasn't what it is currently. That's my only complaint. That's my only
What, Chris
complaint.
DePorce?
Yeah, just because I don't know
No,
how
no,
just
no,
because I
no.
don't know how these
We
remaining
did this last year, bro. We did this last year.
I
He
understand
closed
that.
his coaching record
I understand that, but you say that, why isn't Steve Wilkes a head coach right now?
because Tepper.
I
That's why.
Yeah, but nobody else picked him up as a head coach though, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like you would you have to
He
think
wanted.
you
Yes, it
have to think
matters,
that if
but
he
they didn't look at his body of work. They only looked at his record, and that's all the NFL understands is your record. You need to look further
I
at the body of work if you want a successful next head coach.
I get that, but I'm like I said, I don't make these things up. I'm just saying like the record is gonna be something that has a big star on it, and
And he's not wrong.
I don't know how big that star is compared to a lot of things, but it's a
Right.
pretty big star.
Yeah. And
And that's my only issue. Is it fair? No. It's definitely not fair.
agreed.
It's definitely not fair. But
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but like a lot of times it's just like I'll give you an example. I'll give you a good example.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I think it was on Undisputed.
Mm-hmm.
Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco, was campaigning how he felt like he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And he's got great numbers, really great numbers. But
Yeah.
what was the one big thing that Shannon Sharp pointed out? The number of touchdowns.
Yeah. Fair.
And it's just like sometimes, unfortunately, there's one key thing that just like screws you over. And I hate to say it, but Steve Wilkes' head coaching record, despite how great of a man he was,
Yeah.
and even is till this day,
Mm-hmm.
his overall head coaching record has screwed him over from getting another head coaching position so far. I hate to say it.
Well, the only way to fix that is to give him an opportunity to fix that.
Yeah, yeah,
Who's going
and
to
I
give him that
agree.
opportunity
And
when all they see is the record?
yeah, and
There's the catch 22. You can't get anywhere. You can't improve on it. So how are you going to get a head coaching job? How are you going to? It just goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, like a catch 22, man,
yeah,
and frustrating.
it's
It's got to
tough.
be frustrating to Steve, man, and I feel for him on that.
Yeah. Um, Vietnam says, it makes sense to let him continue as head coach. Tabor passes the eye test. I didn't want Wilkes to get the job. I like Tabor more than Wilkes. Interesting. Okay.
Is that David Screws that said that?
Nah, Vietnam.
Oh,
Nah, Vietnam.
oh, okay.
So he likes Tabor more than Wilkes. Okay. Interesting.
I meant
Okay.
to get his comments in here. David Screws says didn't watch this game, but I'm very impressed. Those stats are awesome. Yeah,
Indeed.
they are. Uh, Mason says I like Chris DePore. He's actually yelling on the sideline. Frank looked like a big dummy and he had no emotions at all.
He's got
Yeah,
a
he looked like
point.
a gargoyle.
He's got a point.
I called him a gargoyle. He's just a statue.
But at the same time, it's another big what if. Like, what if Chris Tabor had a full head coaching season? What if Steve Wilkes had a full head coaching season? I mean, these are all legit questions.
I'd love to see Steve Wilkes's full coaching season. You know, with an entire offseason built with the stuff that he wants. It would
Yeah.
look a lot like Ron Rivera's stuff, you know,
Hmm.
at first glance, but when you really look deeper, he's instituted a lot of the stuff that he wants too.
Right. Right.
That's what it would look like. If that's my vision of it anyway.
Yeah. But who knows? With the success of the Niners, maybe
Yeah,
maybe
it
he
could
gets
look
that
completely.
opportunity
You
again.
never know.
You know. And it's like I feel for the guy because I mean he's a North Carolinian just like me. He's a Charlotte native. So
Yeah.
um Vietnam says Wilkes didn't handle the offense correctly and he let our corners get absolutely cooked for big bombs on 3 straight drives to lose this game. Oh, talking about the Tampa Bay game. Tabor didn't and is a better candidate to me.
Mm,
Um it's definitely one of the things that unfortunately stuck out to me, Vietnam, about Steve Wilkes, was that was the one game, really, that just yeah, that was unfortunate. That
yeah.
was that was definitely unfortunate. Um, as far as Chris Tabor, I mean, what is this? This was his third game
Mm-hmm.
coaching here with Carolina.
Yep.
Four total head coaching because he did coach one game with Chicago in 2021.
Right.
So he has what, 2 more games left?
Yep. The Chicago one was a dummy mission.
Right.
Let's be real.
I mean,
This one's a dummy mission too.
I would like to see if he can
He's
get.
showing signs that he could be a head coach at one day, at one point, but you know, I'm not quite ready to elevate him.
I would love to see him get 2 more wins, or at least one out of 2 more wins.
Yeah, I'd like to at least get that win over the Buccaneers at the end.
Yeah.
I'll take that one.
Yeah.
I'm
At
not
least.
asking for a win over the Jags, but this could be an opportunity for him to step up and take that win, though.
Right. Right.
The problem with that is it's going to mess up our draft picks by one or two spots. Because if we get both of these wins coming up, um, that could knock us down by a spot or two.
Hmm.
That could cost us it. You know, that's the difference between an offensive lineman and maybe picking something else. or a number one wide receiver and picking something else.
Um, let's see.
That's what happened with Panay Sewell,
Right. Good point. Good point.
and that's
Um,
a concern. Back when we had to go for J.C. Horn, we just had to have that revenge game against Washington, and it cost us that one spot. And Detroit took advantage of it and took Panay Sewell, and he's been a Pro Bowl ever since.
yeah, that is true.
That's the
That
point
is
I'm trying
true.
to make. Like that one spot can make all the difference.
Yeah,
So you've
indeed.
got to be careful which games you do try to win at the end, and try to really go all out for.
Damien says y'all should hire Kellen Moore as head coach. I mean, yeah, he had a bad season with the Chargers, but he was doing good before he got there. Why not give him a chance? That's a name that was in the ballot for a while. I'm sure that name will pop up again, Damien, but that is a familiar name that has been mentioned before.
I'd be
Um,
willing to talk to him.
yeah,
Yeah, I'd be willing to explore that.
yeah. Vietnam says, let's be honest. When Wilkes had control, all he did was run the ball every down and throw a screen on third down. He showed no ability to command a passing off. Well, you have to also remember Vietnam. He's a defensive guy. He wasn't the play
Exactly.
caller. Is that? I
We need
mean,
to lose this mentality that we need an offensive head coach to win, in Carolina. No, we don't.
that
Most of our success has been defensive.
now, will I admit, Vietnam, that we were kind of one dimensional because we ran the ball so well? Sure, I'll give you that. But I
Yeah.
mean, was that really on Steve Wilkes though? Being a defensive guy,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's on Steve Wilkes though. I mean, if
Yeah.
anything, the Tampa game, like the defensive adjustments and whatnot, I would have expected him to like overturn a lot of Mr. Holcomb's calls, but that's just me. He says Tabor has our offense doing both, running and passing with the quarterback on O line, wide receivers execute together. Last year we couldn't do anything but run. I mean, it seems that the coaching staff is doing their thing. I mean, how much of a hand does he really have in it though? Is really, which I'm not saying that he doesn't,
Question.
but I mean, because if anything, Coach Ajaro has that defense like rocking really well. I mean, there were some setbacks in this
Yeah.
game, but he's had that defense rocking really well.
Yeah.
Um, if anything, I feel like this game they've made a lot of adjustments to the previous game, and folks have stepped up more. Bryce is playing with more confidence, and just Chris Tibor shows that he cares. He shows that he definitely cares and has that passion. Vietnam says that's an excuse. Him being a defense guy doesn't matter. Tabor comes from special teams, and that doesn't mean he's the play caller, though, bro. He's not the play caller.
Exactly.
He's not the play
He
caller.
oversees the whole 53-man roster. That doesn't mean he's a play caller.
Now,
A
do
lot of head coaches do call plays, but not him.
yeah, he's not a play caller,
He
Vietnam.
stepped out of the way and let these coordinators do their jobs.
Yeah, that's the
Which
thing.
Tepper needs to learn take a notes from, by the way.
If anything, I think he is letting them do their thing and
Yeah.
letting whatever. Now I do expect for a head coach, whenever they want to kind of like, I guess, with their authority kind of like overturn some things or step
Yeah.
in, then sure. But like I said,
Mm-hmm. Mason says, "Do you think we're in the same situation where we're in with Wilkes and where it seems like Tapor can do good with a full season? Do we give him a full season and hire him?
That's a
Um,
big what if. That's a big what if.
Actually, I've got an answer for this one. No, we're not in the same situation. We're actually in a worse situation because
Which, yeah, that's fair.
yeah, when we had Steve Wilkes, he actually knew what he was doing with the entire 53 man roster. He was fully in tune with it, you know, and people were listening. They were doing what they had to do, and he motivated everybody. It took 2 games for Chris DePore to do that. 2 games. But now he's in tune with everybody. So, um, and last year,
Well, don't forget, Vietnam, we had Ben McAdoo as our offensive coordinator. Don't forget that. When
yeah,
Wilkes was there, don't forget we had Ben McAdoo.
true.
But I'm sorry, continue.
Yeah, I was actually gonna allude to that. Our offense was not the same as it is this year because we actually have more weapons this year, but they're not from one whole scheme. So last year they were from one whole scheme.
Hmm.
The problem is we didn't have good enough weapons for that scheme, and it cost us. So now that we have Bryce, and we also didn't have Bryce Young. Now we have Bryce
True.
Young. We have a system that we want to run with Bryce Young. Now we go out and
Hmm.
get the wide receivers that fit his system. Now we go out and we get the offensive linemen that fit that system
Right, right.
that we're trying to put together. Now after that point, we work on mechanics, techniques,
Yeah,
the
true.
little things, which I believe Campen can do because he was doing that up in Green Bay. Um, and I'm starting to see that now that Campen is who we thought he was. He actually is that coach that we thought he was from Green Bay.
Right.
But we got a lot of work to do there still. We got to rotate some people in and out. We got to get the right people. Um, for the defense,
Hmm.
we're actually in a better situation than we were last year. So it's a multiple answer for this.
Hmm.
You have to look at all the aspects. The defense, we're in a better situation because we've got all the playmakers. We've got a Jaro. We've got the system. The system is working. Let's not mess with it. I would still like to see Chin go back to free safety. I'm going to say free safety specifically
Hmm.
because that will allow him that freedom to do his job better and not be just the average Jeremy Chin that you're seeing this year. He was making plays in the 4-3 as a safety. That's what
Right.
you drafted him as. Put him back there where you drafted him, and you'll see the results you're looking for. He'll be in on more plays. He'll be able to get run stops. He'll be able to get some of these big plays. He'll have safety help over the top to help out. You know, not that I don't like Woods, not that I don't like the safeties that we have. They're good, but let's add that extra weapon back there. Why make him just a linebacker? Uh, Chin is not a linebacker. He doesn't fit the weight standards. Put him back where he belongs. Brian Burns, put him back where he belongs. On the defensive ends area. He's a 4-3 defensive end. Defensive end. Put him
Hmm.
back where he can be in his niche and be the most successful defensive end that he can be. You got those double digit sacks last year because he was a defensive end.
Right.
Stop experimenting with guys like Jamie Robinson, who we got nothing for, DJ Johnson. Stop experimenting with that. That's not working. Toss those guys. You wasted those picks. You traded up. You're not getting anything for them. Toss them.
Yeah. Um. Oh.
So,
Interesting comment from Vietnam. He says to Tabor's defense, he has never held a head coaching position, and these last couple of games is him getting his feet wet. Wilkes had a full
Sure.
year in Arizona and like 11 games here. All I'm saying is maybe we should give Tibor a chance. So the
All
only
right.
so the only
Can
head
can I
coaching.
speak to can I speak to that Arizona situation? That was a dummy mission for Steve Wilkes. He was put into that situation knowing he was never going to be made head coach. It was just horrible players, horrible situation, horrible system, and he knew he wasn't going to make it. So I mean, when you uh, are put in that situation, you're not going to succeed. I'm sorry, it's just not going to happen. So part of that record was that.
I mean,
So with Chris, you've at least got half a chance because you've got a Jaro in his system going right now.
so so
You're
with
starting to see like all the weapons being used in Thomas Brown's newly revamped offense. So you got half a chance here.
so I looked up Chris's resume. So he's been a head coach once in college, for Culver Stockton College. That's his only outside of the NFL head coaching experience, where he actually led that team to a 6-5 record, which was the school's first winning season in 15 years.
Yeah.
Um, and then of course he had the one game in Chicago. I mean, it is a fair argument from Vietnam, as far
Mm-hmm.
as he is getting his feet wet a little more
Yeah.
as a head
Yeah.
coach.
Fair.
Whereas Steve Wilkes, and I definitely get the argument for Steve Wilkes, because I mean the dude had Josh Rosen and like you know a bunch of other players that
Mm-hmm.
wasn't
Yeah.
really the best roster that he could have had. But at the same time, I mean, can you blame the guy? I mean, especially that was his first head coaching opportunity in the
And
NFL. So,
it's a shame that started out so rotten.
yeah,
Because it started his resume off rotten. And that's what the NFL looks like is your numbers. If they
yeah.
look rotten, then you're not getting a head coaching job.
Put it this
Simple as
way,
that. But they don't look at everything else. They don't look at his body of work. One of these teams has to look at his body of work, and that's the team that's going to get him as a head coach.
yeah. Put it this way, Vietnam. If we ended up hiring Chris Tabor full time head coach for next year, would I be mad? No,
No,
I wouldn't be mad.
I'd be happy with it.
I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, I'd be happy with it. I wouldn't be excited, but I'd be happy with it because I want to see what he can bring. It's an experiment, at that point.
And
But the thing is, we've been experimenting for how many years, and we need to stop the experiments, and we need a solid franchise coach. We need a leader of men. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but it seems like he's capable of being that.
yeah,
At least from what we're being showed so far.
yeah, I'll agree
So
with that.
so I mean, there's that. And even when he made his head coaching debut with the Bears, I mean, they only lost by 10. So I mean, it's not like he did a extremely sucktacular job.
Yeah,
I mean, me personally, I just think it's going to be tough for him to get that, especially if Mr. Tepper's going to be going all in on these different coaches, especially if he's super duper going all in on perhaps Ben Johnson. But I just
hmm
think it's going to be hard for him.
yeah, I agree. And you talk about a Jaro. We leave him at DC. Leave him at DC. It's working.
Yeah,
Yeah, whoever we get, Jaro has to stay at DC. That's point blank. Period. He's got to stay.
yeah,
Um, but whatever you do from there, I'd like Christopher to be the special teams coach.
hmm
But if you hire him as a head coach, I'm down with it. But I just don't feel like he's ready. You know what I'm saying? To fully take over.
Yeah. And going back to Thomas Brown, if we end up keeping Thomas Brown, my thought still stands. Your playbook and your playbook only.
Facts. Facts. Big facts.
If you got to revamp it during the off season, so be it, but your
Right.
playbook.
Right. That's what I was hoping he would have been able to do by now, is revamp it. After watching Frank and his garbage trash can playbook all year, you would think by this point in the season you would have already had those plays ready to go and that playbook ready to go.
Yeah.
So that way, when you took over as interim, oh, we're running this, we're running that, we're running that, we're running that. Once you finally give him the freedom and the power that he needs to run his offense,
Yeah.
here we
And
go. We got 30 points on the board. You know,
exactly. And the evidence is there, going back to Bryce. Like,
and I'm not expecting that to go, in the first game. I'm
right,
expecting it to develop in the second one.
right. And it was just
We're
like,
into the third game of his tenure, and it's taken forever, but it's there.
indeed. And like I said, going back to Bryce, I mean, the evidence is there. This kid can play football, knows
Yeah.
how to play, can play a turnover free game,
Mm-hmm.
can put points on the board,
Yep. Check.
and I feel like we're only getting a taste of what Bryce can really do. I think we
I
continue to
agree.
evolve him, give him, the tweaked line, give him
Yeah.
the weapons.
Yeah.
Like, I would
100%.
not be shocked if he had one heck of a sophomore year in the NFL.
Yeah. Same. You get him what he needs. Absolutely.
I mean, Trevor Lawrence did it. Why can't
Yeah.
he?
Trevor Lawrence is a different breed. Let's just put it that way.
He
Trevor
is,
is.
but he also struggled his rookie year, just like Bryce.
I mean, so did Peyton Manning. So did all these other ones.
Exactly. I,
So I sort of see your point, but Trevor is kind of a few steps ahead of him, in my
he
opinion.
he is. He is. I definitely believe Trevor definitely had more around. Well,
When he was drafted, he had pieces around him,
he had
but
pieces
started
around
building
him.
on it the first 2 years, and now look at him.
I think a big thing that hurt him was the fact that his first coach was Urban Meyer.
Yeah, yeah, that didn't help.
Yeah,
Yep,
we all saw how that went.
yep.
Great college coach for NFL.
Yeah.
But now that he has
Same
Doug
with Chip
Peterson,
Kelly.
it's a whole different story. So,
Same thing with Chip Kelly at the Eagles.
oh
Same
yeah.
with the Oregon. Dude, Oregon was racking up points, dude. That offense was spectacular to watch.
Hmm.
I was fascinated with it.
Yeah, but I
So, I
mean,
mean, the Eagles looked at his body of work when
yeah,
they hired him,
true,
which
true.
which proves that there are teams that do that. But for the most part, they focused on record. Uh, who is going to want the Panthers job? Mason asks. Nobody. Nobody. I'm gonna be real with you. Nobody, because of Mr. Tepper. Straight up. If this man continues to do what he's doing right now and keeps meddling and keeps putting his hand in the cookie jar and micromanaging everybody and telling people draft this player, draft that player, and moving training camp out of Wofford, nobody's gonna want to come here, bro.
Uh, Damien says Bryce didn't have Urban Myers as head coach. Can't compare the two. That doesn't mean that both coaches didn't do a craptacular job.
Right.
That doesn't
They
change the
both
fact that
suck.
both coaches did bad, bro.
Yeah.
Come on
But
now.
did you see where Cam Newton wanted to be team president? Yes, we actually addressed that. And I greenlight it.
Yes, I greenlight it too.
He's proven he can be successful business wise. He's already done so with this podcast. He's in tune with the whole franchise, and he's already played the game. So, at a high level as an MVP. So, yeah, he's got all three perspectives under his belt. So, yes, I greenlight it. Um, that's all the comments I got. Uh, so as far as our draft position, if we were to let's let me take a look
As a matter of fact, hold up. One more thing, Damien.
Okay.
Frank Reich has a 1-10 head coaching record with Carolina this year with Bryce Young before he got fired. Urban
And that
Meyer,
one win was when he actually let Thomas Brown call the plays. I just want to
true,
mention
yeah,
that.
that is true.
If
Urban
he did
Meyer,
not let if he did not let him call those plays, he would not win
yeah,
at all.
Urban Meyer had a 2-11 record with Trevor Lawrence, and you're saying you can't compare the two?
You didn't let Trevor be Trevor. And that's where you screwed up. If you had let Trevor be Trevor and run his offense the way he wants to run it, like he did in Clemson, with Etienne healthy in the second year, you're starting to see results. And then the new head coach was like, I could do something with this. Let's build around it. Let's build around this offense. We got a scheme going here. I got something going here. Let's add some pieces of weaponry at wide receiver. Let's add a nice tight end in Evan Ingram. I could see this, turn it out to be a nasty offense. Now
Yeah.
we just have to focus on that defense once we get that offense built up. And that was year two. That's what they did. That's why you saw like defensive picks mostly in that most recent draft. They were building up that depth,
Mm-hmm.
and they're going to complete that depth at year three. Watch out, Jacksonville's going to be deadly, man. I'm telling you, in the next few years, that is going to be the dark horse of the AFC every year in the playoffs for the next 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
That
can
is how
believe
you
that.
build an off. That is how you build a team correctly.
Indeed, indeed. Um, Damien says Frank Wright was coaching fine in Indy and wasn't a toxic head coach as Myers. I mean, was he a toxic head coach? No, I probably wouldn't say that. And the key word
No,
you just said there was. Was.
was.
Was.
Keyword was, yeah.
Not to mention, bro, you just said you couldn't compare the two scenarios, and the two scenarios are like almost the dead same, bro.
Yeah, true.
You said Bryce, and Urban Meyer. You like Urban Meyer and Trevor Lawrence with Frank Reich. I mean, those are like two almost dead near similar scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
Chef 85, welcome to the stream. He says, played a solid game in the second half. Proud of the effort today. Merry Christmas to you both. Wish you both the best in 24 as well. Merry Christmas and a
Merry
Happy New
Christmas to
Year
everybody.
to
Yeah,
you as well and everybody else, Chef 85. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
absolutely. Back at you.
Um, what else did you have? Did you have some other?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
draft pick order. We've got New England at 3 currently.
Okay.
What's New England doing right now?
Uh,
Denver. They're playing Denver tonight.
yeah, they're playing
They're
Denver.
going to lose that game.
Um, uh, I'm
They're still struggling with quarterbacks.
I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. Keep talking. I'll be right back, y'all. But keep talking
All
and
right.
entertaining them. I'll be right back.
Okay, so with New England sitting there at 3-12, we still only have two wins, so we still have the first spot. So what's Arizona doing? Arizona is currently losing to Chicago with 11 and a half minutes left in the fourth. So I don't see that game going the other direction. So I see Arizona dropping another game. So that's going to be 3-12 as well. Right now, we currently still hold that number one spot going into the second round and beyond. Uh, Now, if one of those two teams were to stay at 3 wins and we win one of the next two games, we tie for that. So that's a concern. Currently we are 2-13. So, like I said, 12 losses, 12 losses. That still puts us on top currently. But if we were to win both, that would put us in jeopardy of losing that first spot. Uh, so I'm very interested in Arizona and New England right now. Let's find out what's going on with them. Because that's going to be the difference. That one pick is going to be the difference between what we draft and what we don't draft. So Arizona's got the Eagles and Seahawks left. Okay, so that's 2 losses, predictably.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm very interested in Arizona and New England right now. And the reason being is if we win both of these next two games, let's say we do, that puts us in jeopardy of losing that first spot of draft pick order going into the second round and beyond. And that could cost us a player that we sorely need right now. So Arizona's got the Eagles, they've got the Seahawks. That's 2 losses. But I could see Arizona maybe pulling one of those wins off. Now you look at New England.
Mm-hmm.
New England is probably going to take their 12th loss right now. At 8 o'clock.
So according to Tankathon, it's Carolina, Arizona, New England so far.
Right. Arizona is about to take their 12th loss right now against Chicago in about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 24-10. Yeah.
So the Patriots still have the Bills and the Jets. Now the Jets are playing putridly.
Yes.
So I could see New England maybe sneaking one by the Jets.
Yeah. Although they did just beat Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Barely, but yeah.
Right. So I would like to see New England drop out of that race, by beating the Jets. So I'm kind of going to go ahead and root for New England against the Jets, temporarily. I never thought I would say those words.
Mm.
But yeah, it helps us.
Whoa! The Steelers crushed Cincinnati.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's the legitimate contender right now.
Ooh, 34-11. Whew.
So, with that in mind, the Bears have 395 total yards today, 21 first downs, but they're not from Justin Fields. Justin Fields is 13 for 25, 158 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. Told you, he's a bust. Come on, guys. That's half the total yards. If he was actually doing something, that 21 would look a whole lot higher by this point in the game. Come on. It's Arizona. You ought to be able to put something up against Arizona. Sheesh.
I
Anyway.
think I do remember there might have been rumors going around about the possibility that Justin Fields might be up for getting on the trade block. I could be wrong,
Oof. No, thank
but
you. No, thank you. Nope.
but
Nope. No way.
oh no, I don't want him. Don't get me wrong. I don't want him. I'm just
Kyler
saying.
Murray is playing bad too.
I'm just saying. Like I heard a rumor about that.
Ew. That's my reaction to that. Ew.
Ew.
Keep him in Chicago. Ew. All right, Kyler Murray is 15 for 23, 116 yards and a touchdown. So he's playing equally bad right now.
Oh, okay.
Uh, the Bears do have one turnover, but my main concern right now is just is Arizona going to sneak one by Seattle at the end of the year?
I don't know
I
about
don't
that.
see it. I think Arizona is going to be our main competitor for that first pick in Tankathon. They're going to be our main contender. So we need to keep a close eye on Arizona. If they lose both of their games and we win both of our games, we're in trouble.
Hmm.
We may end up the second pick. But the amount of losses that we have, okay, say Arizona wins again, loses both of these games against the Eagles and Seahawks. That's 3-13, right? We're sitting at
Yes.
where are we sitting at? Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no
Trying to
problem.
navigate back. We are sitting at oh boy.
Also need to remember what
We're sitting at 2-13 right now.
yeah, we're 2-13 right now.
So I would think they would still give it to us.
I'm trying to remember. We have second, third, fourth, 2/5, and a six.
No, they wouldn't give it to us because if we win 2 games, we get to 4 wins, and that's more than Arizona would have, and New England.
But if anything, like I just hope they have a plan ready for whichever amount of wins losses we end up with. They gotta
Yeah,
have a plan ready. That's
and that's what I'd like to get going is these streams about the draftable players. But I mean, there hasn't been enough interaction about that. So if anyone's still interested in that, we can still do it. But right now, I'm dropping it from our schedule
uh oh. Uh oh.
because
Damien's gotcha. Uh oh. He says, whoa, wait a minute. You can't call Fields a bust when he's had a head coach carousel with backup to Andy Dalton and has a head coach right now with zero head coach experience before he was named Bears head coach, and the O line is trash.
let me rebuttal on that
Owen
because
Fields has no other wide receiver than DJ Moore. All right, go ahead.
didn't I hear you at one point say that Bryce Young was a bust? Did I or did I not? I just want to
Oh,
clarify.
question for Damien. Oh,
Who was that threw that at me?
Damien, Corey was saying at one point, didn't you say that Bryce Young was a bust?
Or wasn't it Vietnam? I think it was Vietnam that said that. I'm double
No,
checking.
no, I think no. Vietnam was fine with
Okay,
Bryce. Yeah,
either one of them
he was
said it.
fine with Bryce.
One of them said it. Okay. Okay, just double checking. Okay. Then yeah, yeah, fair point. I was gonna throw a rebuttal at somebody, but yeah, fair point. If neither one of y'all said it, then fair point.
No, now I don't remember if Damien did or didn't. That's why I was waiting for him to answer. Yeah,
Right.
I honestly don't remember. like I said, my only thing with Justin Fields was I thought it was ridiculous that analysts got off to the jump talking about possibly him being in the MVP discussion. They were moving way too early on that garbage.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Way too early. Oof. This Dallas game is getting fierce.
Oh, okay. So Damien said, nah, he never said Bryce was a bust. He was
Okay.
just asking
All
why
right.
Panthers. He was asking why Panthers fans were calling him a bust when he was just a rookie.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Gotcha. That's what I thought I remembered. Yep. Okay.
QT0. Welcome to. Wow.
That's what I was asking.
Why does that name sound familiar? QT0. That name sounds so familiar.
It does, though.
Welcome to
It
the
does.
stream. He says, "How
I
do I
saw
get
him
on?"
in somebody else's chat.
He says,
That's why it sounds familiar.
"How do I get on?" Oh, are you
Oh,
interested
you
in?
want to talk to us?
Oh, you interested in getting on the Zoom? You want to make some comments? Well, shoot.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I've got maybe 45 minutes
Okay.
to spare,
Um.
but that's pushing it. Um, well, I might be able to go to 8. I might be able to go to 8.
Well, I'll keep it going
If
for
I
as
do
long as
go
I
to
can. You know, if you gotta.
yeah, if I do go to 8, then I got to get food set up for the stream.
Yeah. Do what you gotta do. Let me see.
If we do bring him in, then I'm gonna go get food. And if he's got any questions or statements for me, just hold him until I get back.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I remember hearing QT0. I want to say he knows Big Cat.
Yeah. I
Oh,
thought I remembered that name in somebody's big channel chat, but I
okay.
didn't remember which one.
Okay. I'm gonna link. I'm gonna post the link.
Yeah. Try to keep it family friendly if you can, but if you can't, then go for it. I do have some people, that watch this that do care about that, but how often are they ever in chat? During live streams. They're
Yeah.
usually
Okay.
watching the vods.
Yeah. Him and Big Cat are homies. Okay. Yeah.
Yep,
Well,
yep. I
welcome.
I
Welcome.
thought I recognized you, bro.
Yeah. Welcome.
Bring him on in. Bring him on in.
Yeah. That's the info. That's the link and the password. So yeah, come on in. Um, Chef 85 says, I don't see us trading the second round pick. Do you see us trading the third rounder, et cetera? Question for both. Second rounder, I see us taking like a wide receiver like B. Thomas or Jr. or T. Franklin, A. Mitchell at wide
I
receiver. Ooh,
I'm not opposed to taking a wide receiver in the second round
same.
because there are going to be offensive linemen that are going to be sitting there in the third and fourth because that's how we got Brady Christensen and Cade Mays.
True.
So if the draft goes that way again, we've got a shot at doing it.
QT0,
If it
welcome.
doesn't, then I don't. No, no offensive lineman first round. First chance we get. If
Uh-oh,
that's how it's going to go,
I think we lost him.
it depends on how the draft goes. If we see a pattern of like a whole bunch of offensive linemen taking, then we need to jump on an offensive lineman.
Right,
Uh,
right.
because there'll still be some good wide receivers in the third round. And we'll definitely want to go off wide receiver in the third. But
Yeah,
I want a good pass rusher in the fourth. I want a good pass
you want
rusher in
a
the fourth.
pass rusher
That's a lockdown.
like an edge?
Yeah. Do we have another fourth or
We have another. We have two fifths. We have two
two
fifths.
fifths? That's all we have
We have
after
a
this.
second, third, fourth, two fifths, and a six.
Um, dang it, man. Maybe we could trade one of. I'm trying to do some finessing here. you know. Um, how about we trade two? a fifth from this year and a fifth from next year up for a late fourth this year
Huh.
after a corner.
And get after a corner?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because if you wait too long, the good ones are going to be gone. Because once you get into the fifth round, the good ones are gone.
I see. I guess are there any
I want a solid, rock solid number 4 that we can replace CJ with.
I mean,
Upgrade.
are there any
Upgrade
are there
is
any
the correct
names
word.
that come to
I like
mind?
CJ. Don't get me wrong. I like what he's done this year, improving wise. But I want to upgrade, and I want to put CJ in a position where we can maybe put him in nickel or put him in practice squad if necessary. As an emergency backup situation. That's what I want to do. Because I really would like to see him stay here, but I'm afraid to let him go because somebody else will grab him and develop him properly and use him.
Uh, Chef 85 says second round. Um,
Brandon Cooks just scored a touchdown for Dallas.
hey QT, can you hear us?
QT.
I think his audio's trying to connect. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, there we go.
Good, man. What's good? Welcome.
Well, welcome.
So, what do you want to talk about today? Variety of topics, honestly.
Oh, and there he goes. I guess he's having connection issues.
Yeah. Internet issues can be a thing.
Yeah.
Dallas just took the lead.
So according to the Tankathon, they have us going wide receiver Xavier Worthy out of Texas.
Hmm. Um, like I said, I've got to research these guys. I don't know what's on the board yet.
Although Troy Franklin definitely sticks out to me, the wide receiver out of Oregon, which I believe Chef 85 mentioned.
Okay. That's the starting point. So, everybody in my stream, take notes. Make sure you get that name down. Let's do some research on him.
And then I think he also said, I think,
We'll do that during the Madden stream.
oh yeah, Adonai Mitchell, another wide receiver from Texas. Got a lot of
Okay.
receivers coming in.
Adonai Mitchell. All right.
Adonai
Take that one
Mitchell.
down.
He
We
also
got it in the mod now,
said
so.
B. Thomas. Let me see who that is. Oh, Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver out of LSU.
Right.
Um.
Any one of them that may end up like
Oh, here we
mid
go.
second round is what we're looking at because we want to get ahead of those
Hey, QT, can you
because
hear us
we've
now?
got that pick.
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you
Yeah,
now.
we can hear you, man.
And he froze.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
So I didn't have my shit updated.
Oh,
Yo,
it's all
man.
good.
Hey, you know what? You know why our defense didn't play, bro?
What you?
Brian Burns didn't play a fucking snap that whole game, bro. He was there physically,
He was out
but he
there.
didn't play. He didn't play that whole game. Like, I got some real serious beef with Brian Burns right now. I was so happy every single play when he was out, and Marquise Haynes and even YGM out of all people was there. Like, on some real serious, like, Brian Burns doesn't deserve to play another snap for the Carolina Panthers if he's going to do like that. He's definite. I don't even think they should give him a fifth-year option.
Well,
Mm.
well, he did. I mean, he was kind of quiet today, but he got
Yeah, what did he do? Tell me what did he do? You over here? What did he do?
according to here, just 3 total tackles, one of them solo. That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
My
it.
whole thing is he's put in linebacker position. Like what is he doing in coverage? He's a
Oh
defensive.
no, that's the job of a linebacker as an outside linebacker. That's understandable, But what the problem is not making any type of effect on the
That's
game.
not his
Like
game, though.
Right, right.
Not
it
his
is
job.
actually, it is,
Defensive
it is
end.
that
Pass
was
rush.
his position. He was drafted as actually. He was an outside linebacker slash edge. That is his
No,
position
he was a
as a
defensive
in a
end.
3-4 linebacker from Florida State. That was his position. He was drafted at. Like he is supposed to be winning at that position, but it had what it had. Like I
And
seen
he
multiple
was because
plays.
he's a 4-3 defensive end. That's why. You put him in a 3-4 and take him out of the position he is naturally
He
gifted
was.
at.
That's what he
He's
was
not going to do
drafted
any good.
as. He was drafted as a 3-4. You remember how small he was coming out of Florida State?
Yeah,
You
because you
think they're
put him
gonna
in a
have
3-4 situation. That's why.
and that's what he's doing right now, right?
Yeah. You take him out of
So
a
what the
4
fuck's the
defense where
problem?
he was
What the
actually
fuck is the problem? He should be
getting double digit
flourishing right now.
he's going to be
He should
successful.
be doing his natural position right now. He's not out of place. He's completely right
Yes,
in the
he
position
is,
he needs
dude.
to be. The only problem is he isn't
He
trying to
can't
play.
cover anybody back there.
He does not deserve to play another snap for Carolina.
I
I
think
disagree.
I think a big thing is
Respectfully.
like supposedly like the fact that the word is him wanting such a big amount and not
That
really
boy is
playing to
smoking
that.
rocks
Worth
if he thinks he's
$43
getting.
million
I
market
I'm
value.
glad he. Hey, keep it real. I'm glad he didn't accept the 25 million because that's how much we've been in the hole paying this fucking scrub. He is not worth 25. He's not worth the 15 or 18, whatever it is for a 5th-year option type shit. Franchise tag and whatever the fuck. He's not worth that.
So
Okay, so what happens if he goes to another team with a 4-3 defense,
Send him.
actually feasts and
Send
gets
him.
double-digit sacks again?
Oh, send him.
That
Send.
develops him properly.
It's okay. It's
What hap-
okay. He ain't doing that here though. That's the problem.
Oh,
He's
it's
not
okay.
doing that
It's
here.
okay that we're just windmilling talent out
No,
of
no,
and
it's okay because he's
they
not
have
doing that
success
here. He
somewhere
doesn't
else.
want to
Then
play here. If he's not gonna play here, then get
we've
the
had a
fuck
whole
out of
list
here.
of players that have come out of Carolina and gone somewhere else and had
I'd
more
rather
success
see
in those places
Marquise
they ended
Haynes
up
and fucking Barno on
because
both
they're not
ends than
developed
see that
properly.
motherfucker touch the ball one more time.
I think what stands out though,
Oh,
because
you would
Or at
bring
least touch the defense, not touch the
okay.
ball, obviously.
because here's the thing, like
Barno ain't done nothing.
you
He's
you
worse than Burns this year.
hold
Hey,
on.
no, they're the same if you ask me.
So I understand
Why
that
do we even draft Barno?
we really haven't had a bull rush throughout this year. I mean, after all, we're at the bottom when it comes to sacks. And I just
Yeah,
Q,
I hope.
QT, do you feel like this will negatively affect the pass rush even more if Brian Burns is gone? Because I mean, with him
Well,
here,
he hasn't been helping the pass rush anyways. So what I mean. Keep it real. It's really
Because
irrelevant
we're not putting
because
him
he
in a
hasn't
pass
been
rushing
making
situation. That's why.
even in a pass rushing situation. He
In a
runs
pass
around the
rushing
mother.
situation
Hold on, sir.
under
Hold
that
on, sir.
rule
He
in
runs
the
around the
defense that we had
quarterback.
before,
hold
he
on,
was
He
hold on,
runs
actually doing
one
around
at a
the
pretty
time,
good,
one at
quarterback.
a
Let me
double-digit
time.
speak.
sacks.
Let me
When
speak
did
on
you
you.
take him out of
He
that?
runs.
Hold
You
on,
know
one
what?
at a
Let me
time.
The
speak.
same
It's
thing that
okay.
Jeremy Chinn took him out of the position.
Hold on, Corey. One at a time, one at a time.
This gentleman, Brian Burns, runs around the quarterback, all right, completely over pursuing the quarterback on the end, and once he's out of the play, completely gives up. I've seen him do this today, like 3 times
Not
at least in a passing play. He runs around the quarterback, gives up, and leaves the whole right side. And that's just on passing plays. I'm not even talking running plays. He's not closing edges. He's not doing shit.
Go
So why the
talk to
fuck is
the
he on the
defensive
team?
coach about that, the defensive line coach about that, because
No,
he's
it's
not
Brian Burns as an
developing them
individual.
properly. And I've
Here's,
said that before.
I mean,
We're not developing these guys properly.
well, I'll agree that he's regressed this season for sure. He's definitely regressed this season, but
Yeah.
at the same time, hasn't this always been an issue though for Brian Burns, the over pursuing, and even despite the
At
over
this point,
pursuing, he's a two-time Pro Bowler, and he's been our sack leader. I mean, that doesn't really say much for this season. I mean, because we don't have a lot of sacks in general this season, but I have a bad feeling personally. Like I can see the argument with keeping him and versus letting him go. Like I can see both sides.
Yeah.
I am not too sure how much more negatively like this will affect the pass rush if we let him walk, especially being that we had the chance to really, trade and get the 2 first-round picks, and we didn't pull that trigger. So
The only reason I could see us signing his 5th-year option is if we get a draft pick out of it, and even that I might think is too much of a detriment to our cap situation, because I think our 5th-year option was like 18 million if we do that with him. That might. I don't
yes.
know if y'all understanding about that, but
Uh,
I'm not sure if a second or a third round, which all I think we will get out of this motherfucker that can't get more than 6 sacks in a season, will get us for a 5th-year option.
First round and maybe a 4th or 5th.
First round and
No, we're
maybe
not gonna get it. We're not gonna get a first rounder for
That's
Brian
what
Burns.
value he was listed at earlier this year was 2 first-rounders before we started this season.
I
Was
know,
he
but
or was
what would you give up if you were not the Carolina
he, or
Panthers?
was
What
he
would you
not when
give
we
up?
made that Bears trade?
What would you give up for Brian Burns right now?
A 1st and a 5th.
You're crazy if you do that. I would take it if you did.
No,
Obviously.
If I'm trying to build a 4-3 defense, I'm taking him with a 1st and a 5th.
first
Well,
and a fifth.
if we can get that, I would definitely use a 5th round signing for the situation. I'd definitely do that. But if it wasn't, like most likely, I'm gonna keep it real. In reality, we're most likely gonna get like a 2nd rounder and a 3rd rounder out of him, which is all right. But it's just gonna be a lot of our cap room out the way, at least like 18 million.
The thing is, we've had plenty of chances to trade him and we didn't do it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the sad part.
that is true.
Turned down 2 first-rounders last year from 2 different teams.
So this is an interesting comment from Chef 85. He says keeping Burns only works if we go back to the 4-3 scheme, which seems doubtful even if we land
No,
Ben Johnson as head coach.
that is
Lions runs
his
a
main
3-4 as
Thank
well.
you, Chef. Exactly.
his main situation is he's been drafted as a 3-4 linebacker. Like
No, he was
I don't
drafted
understand.
4-3, bro.
What did he play in what's it called over there in Florida State?
Florida
Tell me this
State?
right now. Yeah, Florida State. That's where he's drafted out of.
If-
Do some research, and then you'll be like, oh shit, he's right. Do some research for me, and you'll understand. He is a 3-4 outside linebacker / defensive end. That is his position. That's how he was drafted. And he was actually a light ass. Light as a motherfucker. He needed to gain like 30, 40 pounds to even be anywhere close to being somewhat of a NFL situation in that
So
position.
you want him as a true linebacker. That's what you want him as, right?
That is his position he was drafted as.
Do you want him as a linebacker or do you want him as both?
I want him as an outside linebacker, but he hasn't been able to do that.
Okay, so
he's
you
been
want him
he's
as
been
an
playing
outside
out of position for the past
As
3
a
years. He's been playing out of position for the past 3 years, homie.
Well, here's the thing. Like
he hasn't.
with him, let's say
Did you do the research yet? Did you look it up how he was drafted? Did you look how he played in college? Did you look this up yet?
Bro, he's a 4-3. Stop it.
Let me see.
Did you look that up yet? Did you look up how he played in
Stop
motherfucking?
He's a 4-3.
I'm not even a college. I don't even fuck with college like this, and I understand and I know that that's the position he played in college. So I don't know how you don't understand.
Florida State's been playing my Clemson Tigers every single year. You don't think I haven't watched him?
Doesn't sound like it.
Come on, bro.
Let's see. Interesting.
Does not sound like it.
Looking at this is a prospect.
No, Sea-Dog, we're not drafting a quarterback. We already have Bryce Young. You didn't see him just throw 300 yards today? Thank you.
No, what we're drafting is an offensive
please.
lineman. That's what we're drafting. Most likely a center or guard, possibly both.
Yeah, I
was
agree.
I was
Offensive
thinking
lineman.
O-line and perhaps a receiver. According, I see one of these prospect profile prospect profile has him as defensive end, Florida State junior.
When he was 30
Thank
pounds
you.
under the average NFL weight of a defensive end. You remember the weight we drafted him at too.
6'5",
I think
249 pounds. Huh. Interesting. Let me see.
he's drafted as an outside linebacker / defensive end.
Man.
If you could find a clip of when he got drafted, it said it right underneath, right in bold letters. Like that's, trust me, I was happy about the draft. I was happy about what he could have been. I was happy about the production. I was a little unsure about him being out of position for 3 years. But what I'm unhappy about is how he wanted to try to get what's it called, Bosa money, when he doesn't get Bosa stats.
Now that I'll agree with you on. He's not Bosa.
And that's what he wants. He denied $25 million a year for 4 years.
Yeah.
Can you believe that? And I'm happy we didn't give that to him. I'm happy he didn't accept that, because we would have been in the hole for $25 million a year for the next fucking 4 years that we couldn't put into our offense.
Somebody will though. They'll overpay the heck out of him.
Okay. Let them. They're not going to support their offense. And if they did, they got a rookie quarterback with some offensive help. We don't have that. We have a rookie quarterback with not much offensive help, especially in the offensive line.
Okay.
If you don't remember, we're in our 8th starting offensive guard this year. The 8th one.
So, looking at the I found the video. So, they did show him listed as outside linebacker as they're going.
Thank you, sir.
Well,
thank you.
Every defensive end is listed as an outside linebacker, though.
As they're going through some of his highlights, they do show like a few.
That's their natural position, though.
They show a few of them on the line as well as kind of like lined up, like standing up.
Yeah.
Like
he stands up because he's a fucking 3-4 linebacker.
They show a combination of both though, of him like in a 3-point stance and him kind of lined up standing. So, no, that's fair. That's fair.
We're both right.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
No, you're right. You're right. Oh,
we're both
I've been a fan for 13 years. I remember 4 or 5 years ago, like it was yesterday, about my team.
Okay. Let's just say we're both right. Who are you going to replace him with? What's your plan to replace him?
YGM and Marquise Haynes.
Is not enough.
He's coming to the run game better. He's coming to the run game better. That's all I really need.
No,
we got the pass game. We got the cornerbacks for the pass game. So
he had zero bull rush. If you watch that game at all, zero bull rush.
Did Brian Burns have any?
I mean,
he's part of the problem.
Yeah, like for the most part, our line, has quite a lack of a bull rush.
I improvement there.
Being that Marquise Haynes has mostly been a depth piece a lot of his time playing here, QT, you're confident.
I love Marquise.
You're confident with him being full-time starter?
Well, he's not getting paid $25 to $30 million.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
With that. If he's a starter,
that's the deciding factor. And he doesn't want it either. He's not looking for anything around or towards that.
Right.
Brian Burns does less in production and expects $25 to $30 million a year in production.
I gotta get food.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, has that production been there this year? No, definitely has not been there this year.
I don't think it's been there last year.
Well, 12 and a half sacks and made the Pro Bowl.
That's not $25 to $30 million worth of production. Is and not playing a single snap of run defense.
That's true.
That's another thing too.
That's true, but at the same time, I mean, when he stepped out and led in sacks and has been pulling the weight. I mean, what are you supposed to do? It's kind of one of those things where you're on like when you're the best player on the worst team sort of scenario. It kind of feels like.
I don't know. I like our defense. I'm gonna keep it real. We got a great. In all honesty, I think he gets a lot of his sacks because of coverage. Because I see us having some of the best defensive backs in the league. Am I
Yeah.
wrong?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it definitely shows with how high ranked up we are, especially when it comes to defense on third downs and also passing defense.
And even our coverage linebackers, if you even want to go deeper than that, like we don't have the run defense linebackers. We don't have those big guys, those burly motherfuckers. We got fast, agile motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Now, what I'm really afraid of is letting Luvu walk.
Oh no, we're not doing that. No, no, and that's what I mean about fuck Brian Burns. I'll give all that money to Luvu.
Yeah, because he is one that we cannot let walk.
No, Luvu about to get the bag, and I'll be happy about it. But to give him the bag and Brian Burns the bag and Derek Brown the bag, because that's the other thing too. Derek Brown about to get the motherfucking real bag.
Oh yeah. This wait, is this his fourth? This is his
And
fourth,
Horn.
right?
And Horn, I don't know about Horn's gonna get a crazy bag, but he's gonna get a bag.
I could see them picking up his fifth year. I
Oh, they're
just
definitely picking up his bid. Definitely, that's not a question.
because
But
if you ask me, I feel like the D line needs some tweaking. Um, and like I said, secondary, like I said, I'm sure probably CJ's gone.
yeah, fuck CJ.
So
I like Hill. Hill stole his job.
yeah, yeah. I don't know if Shaquille Griffin is somebody that they're gonna possibly keep, but honestly, I truly feel like Troy Hill, JC, D-Jack should stay. And oh yeah, Chin is also on his last. So
I ain't gonna lie, Chin. I think Chin is gonna be a casualty in war.
yeah,
Be mad at me if you want. I love Chin. Don't get me wrong. He's not the best cover. I feel like he should be a linebacker, but I almost feel like he's too light in the ass to be a real linebacker. He's more of like a dime linebacker. And then even that, like, I don't know. I just it's not gonna coincide, and somebody's gonna pay him more. It's gonna to be all in all honesty.
oof.
That's what it's about to do.
I still feel like he was robbed of that defensive rookie of the year.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. Fucking Chase Young had nothing. It is that was all politics.
I mean, how often does somebody getting two back-to-back fumble recoveries for touchdowns even happen?
In 15 seconds, I believe, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like that doesn't happen. Like it's crazy. But all right, QT. I know there's a lot of folks, so I might as well get your take. Bryce Young, how you feel about Bryce Young?
I'm happy in Bryce. I, I was uh, and Bryce I was happy with either one of them, but I wanted to say that. You know,
Fair enough.
the
Back.
Anthony situation, I thought he was gonna get injured, which happened. Is just
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
and I'm a little sad we didn't get CJ Stroud, but at the same time, I do see a lot of potential in Bryce, like extreme amounts of potential in Bryce, like uh when it like when a lot of like women see like, oh, I see potential in this individual. He might not be the flyest motherfucker, but I see a lot of potential.
Hmm.
Girls see that, like that's what I see when it comes to Bryce. Like this he has a lot of potential. He
Hmm.
might not be the flyest motherfucker right now, but he has a lot of potential. And I don't know, it's a really hard gamble that they did to choose that, but we that's the bed we lay in, and you got to make that bed every single day now, as a
Right.
Carolina Panther fan, or what? You gonna choose another team? I'm not gonna switch up. So And so unless he's not starting anymore, that's my quarterback, and I believe in the individual. And it's nice to see days like this, and then even the 2 drives that he won. Because also, if y'all don't remember, obviously y'all should. There's been how many years of individual quarterbacks that can't do a last minute drive that are not clutch, and we finally found a quarterback that has that X factor to him.
Yeah,
That
that's a
you
good
know,
point. That's a good point.
and so and he's just showing more and more of that, especially the more um what's the word what's that
Confidence,
word chemistry. No,
chemistry.
chemistry when it comes to
Oh,
with these wide receivers now, and it shows in these last couple of games. Like at least for show in this game, all through 4 quarters, which we have not seen in a long time either. Kind of football, and I can't wait to just see how this may unfold into the third, and hopefully maybe even 8 years with this individual. But first, I mean, you got to take baby steps, and it goes next game and next game after school, and hopefully but
Agreed.
we have to hit like substantially with this next draft. Like really, like we have to hit. And that's where I'm a big believer in getting rid of Brian Burns, even if it's a second and a third, because we need the picks. I'm
hmm
okay with not getting a first for him, and like just getting a second and third, a running back or a wide receiver,
Hmm.
and probably the fourth or fifth.
do, do y'all find it very funny that the last time that Carolina Panthers offense scored 30 or more points was Christmas Eve of last year
Wow.
against Detroit?
Lot
Isn't that
of
crazy?
Poppy says no.
Was Christmas Eve of last year? Oh, I think we lost QT. Uh-oh.
Brian Burns. Lot Poppy says I refuse to trade Brian Burns for only a second or the third. I agree.
Yeah.
First and a fifth for me. And that's got to be that first round has got to be used to acquire an offensive lineman, and the fifth has got to be used to acquire a defensive end.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I've got to have for it.
Um Chef 85 says a couple of comments. Would you guys take Kason, the Wake Forest University cornerback in the third round? Kason.
Um, I'm not as familiar with him.
Kayleen Carson.
You got that? I'll tell you what I said. Oh, yeah, hear me now?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Welcome
I
back.
got bad. I got bad service. Sorry.
You might have missed what I was saying before, but
Uh,
isn't it funny how the last time the Carolina Panthers offense scored 30 or more points was Christmas Eve of last year?
That is really
that's
interesting.
true.
Yep,
And,
against Detroit.
yeah, that's true. That's very true. But I feel like that
Yikes.
was a complete run game. What did we get? How many rushing yards do we have today? Probably not even 100.
I think we had 59.
I agree.
Exactly. So what is that today? Like what does that show today?
Oh, excuse me,
It's a whole.
96. So 96 total today.
I told you it wasn't 100. I told you it wasn't 100. And what was like 30 of it to Smith Marset?
33 to Smith Marset, 43 to
Exactly.
Chuba.
I'm not even looking at paper. I'm not even looking at paper, dude. So you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You're correct.
So,
and
but before I lost service, what a huge thing that I'm just trying to get off is if we do get Brian Johnson, you guys are aware he brought the Lions from 27th of an offensive team, 29th I think, something like that, to a number 7. Now they're the number 3 offensive team.
yeah. hmm
So I believe if we do lock in something with Brian Johnson, that could be a substantial benefit to our offensive team. That our defense is already doing good, regardless which coach is our coach. Because we were good with Phil Snow, we're good with Ejiro Evero. So I feel like either whoever the coach may be that's on our defense, I feel like can be a very profitable defensive coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, and you make a good point because that last year Christmas Eve game we had 320 total rushing yards.
Rushing yards. I don't know. What did we even have 100 passing yards that game? Like
Actually 250. 250.
oh shit, passing.
Yeah. Sam
Oh
Darnold
shit.
250. Sure did.
Damn, Sam Darnold. He shot that motherfucker. Then. Damn, don't listen to me. I didn't believe in Sam Darnold. I couldn't even play Madden with Sam Darnold. So
I never wanted him.
I can only play Madden with Carolina Panthers. It's kind of like I
Right.
ain't gonna lie. I cheated a little bit and played with the Ravens, wishing that Bryce Young was my quarterback in in purple last year. That's kind of how I did it.
Ah.
My first instinct was, why are we even trying to
but
make any trades with the Jets at all, knowing how bad they were?
Yeah.
there's
That's a
and
good
that's
point.
like, and also you got to look at the he play he make deals for his job right now, and that's honestly why like they went so crazy on jumping to the first. He knew this is his last chance.
Right.
And to be honest, Bryce might have saved his life. Bryce may have saved his job. As terrible as he looked throughout the year, I feel like he may have still saved his job. As
Right.
honestly as terrible as the team has been, which I feel like he's a terrible GM. I feel like Scott Fitter needs to be fired immediately. And
I'm not even gonna get into
we need to have a
right.
different GM. Yeah, that
Um
I remember on that.
did did you have a
You should have sent Brian Burns in that.
did you
Say
have
that
a first choice of coach?
right now.
Yeah. Like if it was up to you.
I think Johnson.
Ben Johnson? Okay.
Ben
The
Johnson. Yeah,
problem
Ben
with that
Johnson.
is he's already turned down an interview with Tepper before,
But who doesn't like money? You know.
and
Ooh,
we've
that's
already got people from our own organization talking trash about how Tepper runs his organization to Ben
But who
Johnson
doesn't like money though?
before he even
You
gets
know how
interviewed
rich
a second time.
Frank Reich and Matt Rule are because of David Tepper and his bad position, his bad decisions.
Why Ben doesn't have to
that is
sign on
true.
the dotted line.
If he signs on the dotted
Whole
line,
point.
he gets so much money, regardless whether he's successful or not.
He's not trying
What
to
other team
win.
is
He's
going to do
trying to
that
be
for
a
him?
head coach. That's the thing.
Say that again.
He's trying to be a head coach. Money's nice, but he's trying for a head coaching
No,
job.
no, 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 no.
When he hears all
You're
that
saying that
stuff
like an
about
individual
Tepper's
that never.
organization,
Hold on. You're
he's
saying
not
that
going to
like an
say yes.
individual that. Hold on. You were saying that like an individual that has never touched $100,000, $100 million. You
Have
know,
you
like
$1 million?
he's
Oh,
There you go. We're both in the same boat here. Okay, so
wait.
you have to think of it from a business perspective. After hearing all that stuff, if you were Ben Johnson, knowing how Tepper runs his organization, would you say yes? No, I wouldn't. That's a toxic environment.
Um I know me
My opinion
personally.
on it.
Uh-oh. Is
I'm not even going to touch on Scott Fitterer right now. I'm just not.
I think we lost him again. But I mean, I definitely see the point of, money does talk cuz I mean,
True, true. But at this point, money is nice, but are you really going to take that head coaching job knowing all this trash talking about Tepper's work ethic and all the stuff that he does in his organization? Like, I wouldn't. He doesn't have to sign on the dotted line. He can say no. He's already denied him an interview already.
Well, like,
It wasn't even for that reason yet. Now he's got that reason to deny him again.
it was like I mentioned before.
You
He
get a
apparently
terrible
wasn't,
job in LA with the Chargers. Why wouldn't you take that?
like he said, apparently he wasn't ready to take that next step as a head coach.
I mean, I'll temporarily buy that excuse, but behind closed doors, he's thinking, nah, Tepper is not the one because he already knows how Tepper operates. He already knows
Which
he's
is
a snake.
possible.
He already knows he's a snake. He's been watching how he's been treating Matt Rule. He's been watching how he treats Frank Wright and all the rest of his staff over the years. You think he hasn't been paying attention? Come on. That's why he denied him a first interview. It wasn't because of
So what you're saying is you don't you
publicly he may have said that, to get the scent off of what his real reason was.
okay, so you don't buy that reason. I see.
Not necessarily. I
Gotcha.
mean, publicly, yes, I do buy that reason, and it's a good reason, legitimately.
Uh-huh.
But behind closed doors, you got to think what this man might be thinking. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
What he's not saying to the media, what he's not saying to the newspapers. You know, he's paying attention, man. He's not going to want to work in a toxic environment. Like, I would not want to work in a toxic environment. You would not want to work in a toxic environment. Our viewers would not. So, at what point do you go, okay, I'm looking at this job in LA and I'm thinking, this is not a toxic environment. The owner's not meddling. He's not doing anything that would get in the way of what I want as a head coach. And I get to set the tone on what I want to do.
Yeah.
And you've got a lot of weapons there to work with, a lot of great players to mold and do what you want with. Hmm.
Right. Fair point. Fair point.
So that would be my expertise on that.
Chef 85 says he'd hire Avero.
I'd like to hire Rivero, but the thing is, like, can he do both head coaching and defensive coordinator? Can he pull a Bill Belichick? Because so far, only Bill Belichick has pulled a Bill Belichick.
Mm.
Let's be real. And even then, people are still questioning whether he actually did pull a Bill Belichick without Tom Brady there. So, I mean, yes, you can have a job where you can do both, but at what point do you go, can I juggle both?
Right.
And I don't
Right.
think Ajaro can do both. He's a defensive coordinator for now. He has head coaching qualities, yes, but you know, and there's also the Rooney Rule.
The Rooney Rule. Oh,
Yeah,
the Rooney Rule.
also that too. You got to factor that in. So yes, would he get considered? Yes, but would he get taken? No, because Tepper doesn't know what he's doing when he's hiring a head coach. He's 0 for 2 already. He's about to go over 3. He does not learn. And he's still being toxic. And he puts out all these bull crap lies. Like, oh yeah, I'm rejuvenated. Like he just get out of a world class 5-star hotel spa. Come on, man. Stop that. Stop that.
Yeah.
No one's buying it, bro. No one's buying it. And you want that man hiring your head coach or your new GM? No, thank you.
Oh, dude, check this out. So in pool report, NFL senior vice president of officiating Walt Anderson on the Romeo Doubs disputed catch.
Oh God.
He said that though the ball hit the ground on the Packers wide receiver Romeo Doubs disputed catch, replay officials determined he maintained possession of it with his left hand.
No,
Ho-
he didn't.
okay,
No, he did not.
hold that thought. Hold that thought. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
No, he did
Do
not.
you see the ball hits the ground? His right hand is on top of it. There's nothing on the bottom of the ball, and his left hand is on the opposite side. So how the heck is his left hand
Thank you.
on the ball maintaining possession?
Thank you.
How, Walt Anderson? How?
Exactly.
Where's his left hand?
Facts. And Christopher was absolutely right to challenge that.
Like,
Absolutely right. Perfect use of a challenge flag.
not to mention the tip of the ball is on Troy Hill's elbow.
Facts. It still has not hit the ground yet.
Like the top part of the ball of that side of the
6,
ball
man.
is touching Troy Hill's elbow. The bottom part is touching the ground. I
The
don't know
real
how the heck he came
love
to
it.
that conclusion that he maintained possession with his left hand.
Yeah.
How?
I agree.
Wow.
Horrible roughing. We've been doing with it all year. It's horrendous. My lord.
And he was actually questioned about it. He was questioned about it. So he said the the ruling on the field obviously is where we start. It was a catch and the receiver maintained control throughout the process as he was going to the ground. We actually did see the ball touch the ground, but we also saw that he had control of the ball in his left hand, which I don't know what the heck you were seeing.
What in the world were you watching?
He says the left hand never came off the ball and there was no available shots that showed that he actually.
Wrong.
What the heck is this then?
Wrong.
What oh,
Wrong, sir. It did.
So what the heck
There
is
were
that
multiple
then?
replays of it.
What is that then?
Use your own eye test, folks. Use your own eye test. How does everyone know this but you?
This is hysterical.
How has everybody figured this out but him? Everybody saw it but him. You're not even out on the field, sir.
He says there were no available shots that showed that he actually lost control of the ball in his left.
Baloney.
They showed it so many times in the replay.
You're lying. They showed at least 7. At least 7. I was watching on Fox in a live stream. I have it on VOD, sir. Liar. Caught you with your hand in a cookie jar. Caught red-handed.
Like his left hand is on his opposite side of his body. What the heck are you? What the heck are they talking about?
What in the heck are you talking about, man?
Oh my god. Oh man. That's gonna bother me for a while. I'm sorry, but
this is the same typical nonsense we deal with every week, bro. Every week. If we're not arguing about a ref's call at least once a week, then it's not Panthers football. Let's be real. Good grief, man. And I mean specifically arguing with the refs, not each other.
Shoot, if you want to really get technical, the play clock hit 0 before the ball was even snapped on that play.
Okay, Tapper had a very long meeting with Johnson's agent. Okay, so what? So the agent speaks for him right now?
I guess
no,
so.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until Ben Johnson can actually face him face to face and actually talk to him without tampering. Then we'll find out what's actually uh, what's going on here. I gotta grab my food.
Yeah, you good. You good. Do what you got to do. But oh my goodness, like what is that? What are the refs on? Like seriously? That's gonna bother me for a while. Hey, Lock Poppy. Yeah, Lock Poppy, you see it too? Yeah, just oh my god, it's ridiculous. Chef 85 says if Avero stays, Dom Caper stays. Happened since they linked up in the past. Capers can run a 3-4 scheme. Duly noted. Duly noted. But yeah, just oh my goodness. That is ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. How the heck you gonna say he maintained control with his left hand when the ball hit the ground? His left hand is not even touching it. Like, oh my god, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Ugh. Refs did not want us to win. Such poor officiating. Oh, poor is an understatement. It's an understatement. Like, oh my god, man. Just
I am back.
yeah. Lock Poppy was saying refs did not want us to win. Such poor officiating. Yeah,
Yeah.
just oh my god. Like, let me let
This
me
is a continuation of all the horrible refing that we've had all year. I mean,
seriously.
please explain to me how that was pass interference on J.C. Horn today. Please explain that one, Mister Referee Guru. Since
Yeah.
since you seem to know so much about that catch, you need to go back in your own rule book.
Seriously. Like,
I mean, what in the world are we doing?
I don't know what the heck Walt Anderson is. Mm,
Some of
wow.
these refs just need to go back to referee school, man. Y'all,
Just,
y'all didn't learn anything.
just wow.
And yet y'all want to criticize us. Come on now. Stop this.
Dude, he's getting cooked on X/Twitter. Because
Good.
Joe Person posted the report from VP Walt Anderson. Oh, dude, he is getting cooked right now.
Ooh. Let them cook them. Let them cook them.
Somebody mentioned weird how Des Bryant did very close to the same type of catch against Green Bay, but he didn't control the ball to the ground. The ball popping out means he didn't control it, but now magically the ball popping out means nothing.
Facts. Mmm.
It's crazy.
I heard a lot about that catch too this week.
It's ridiculous. Oh man. One person says the at NFL officiating is telling you not to believe your lying eyes. Oh man. Oh man. That's funny. Uh, and then there's just a bunch of people have the word catch in quotes. Oh man, that
Oh my goodness.
translation. Oh, even though the ball touched the ground, it's Green Bay. We're gonna award them with the place stands. Yeah, I
Man,
don't know.
if I had a nickel for every time we got screwed over this year, I'd be able to buy my own candy bar right now from the corner store. Real talk.
Real talk.
Y'all keep doing this every single game. No, it's not enough that we have a horrible season. We're sitting here with only 2 wins. No, you got to keep screwing us over with horrible repping calls. You know, the funny thing is, if we actually won that game, we would lose our first draft spot. We would be in jeopardy of it. Yeah, y'all didn't think about that one, did you? Big brain.
Well, they sure were playing like they wanted
If
it.
y'all
That's for
really hate
sure.
us that much, you would have actually been trying to help us win.
Mm, just crazy. Well, I don't think QT's coming back. I think fourth.
Doubt it.
Yeah. But QT zero, ladies and gentlemen. Um,
I'm not even gonna get into Scott Fitterer right now. Not when he's on there. I'm just not. If I had that much of an issue talking about Brian Burns with him, no, we're not even gonna go there because he would not like what I have to say. But I've been preaching it every stream. So I mean, he either likes it or he doesn't. I don't care. That's how I feel about it. If we get rid of Scott too early, we're screwing ourselves. It's a fact.
yeah. um, I I don't have too much else, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess maybe a quick review of the scores today.
Did you read out the stats there?
Stats for today. Um,
Did you go through them or no?
I can go through them. So Green Bay over Carolina, 33-30. Like I said, very very close game. If only we had more time. Bryce Young finished 23 of 36, 312 yards and 2 touchdowns. Was sacked twice, but had a QBR of 78.3. Did really well. Um, Chuba Hubbard had the one rushing touchdown, 16 carries, 43 yards, and a rushing touchdown. Smith Marset had the jet sweep, or was it a reverse? I think it was a
Mm-hmm.
reverse. 2 carries, 33 yards, and a touchdown. Uh, DJ Chark had a great game. 6 catches, 98 yards, 2 touchdowns. Thielen,
Yep.
6 catches, 94 yards. Trumbull, 4 catches, 59 yards. So definitely,
Notice we targeted DJ Chark and Adam Thielen 8 times. Tommy Tremble 6 times. Steven Sullivan 5 times.
yeah,
That's we've been targeting these guys before.
indeed.
Before that, it was just 9 targets to Adam Thielen.
Jordan Love only got sacked once, which was credited to Frankie Louvu, who got
Mm-hmm.
into the backfield really quickly, actually. um, Frankie Louvu was also your leading tackler. Derek Brown, the runner-up.
Mm-hmm.
Frankie Louvu had 10 total tackles, 6 of them were solo. Derek had 9 total tackles, 3 of them were solo. So,
We had 2 tackles for a loss. We had Xavier Woods and we had Frankie.
yep, sure was.
What I want to turn your attention to is the fact that we only had 1 pass deflection.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Where's that sound coming
From
from?
Dante.
There we go.
Yeah,
ESPN for you.
from Dante Jackson.
Um, always like auto playing videos.
Ah, gotcha.
It's annoying. Um,
But no
but
turnovers
yeah,
today from either
only one
side.
pass deflection.
Yeah, from Dante Jackson. Um, but I
I need to
think
see more.
Panero had the 152-yard field goal, but he was 1 for 3 on extra points. So that really hurt. Um, and like I said, no turnovers today from either team. It's kind of shocking. Um, but yeah, Jordan Love, 17 of 28, 219, 2 touchdowns. Aaron Jones, 21 carries, 127 yards rushing.
Mm.
That Tavion Wicks and Romeo Dobbs both had receiving touchdowns. But
Looking at this, it looks like we managed to contain Wicks for the most part.
yeah.
Dropping some balls today.
We had one more first down than the Packers. We had 26 first downs to 25, so one more first down.
Yeah.
6 of 13 on third downs.
Mm.
Not bad. Could do better, but not bad. Both had the same number of total plays, 63. Uh, Carolina won the time of possession battle, but had 2 more penalties than Green Bay. But I mean, it was quite a shootout today.
We
Like I said,
finally got DJ Johnson involved, 2 tackles, but that was it. That's all he did.
I see.
I mean,
But
what has DJ Johnson done since we drafted him? Nothing.
nothing really. Hasn't really done
Same
anything.
with Xavier. I mean, the safety, Jamie Robinson. We
Oh
haven't done
yeah,
much with
Jamie
Jamie Robinson
Robinson.
either. And I'm sitting there like, okay, well, if we've got these picks and we're trading up for these people, why aren't they doing anything?
Yeah.
Why are we not using them? We're barely using Mingo. So it begs the question: why are we not using them?
Good
Why
point.
are we not finding out who these people are? And that's part of, development is what we're doing right now. So we're in developmental mode. We're finding out what we have, what we're getting rid of, and furthermore, that's why I'm actually okay with them putting Smith Marset back there for some punt returns. Let's find out who he is as a punt returner, because
Oh,
right
okay.
now,
Yeah.
early on, he was having some trouble. Let's see if he develops. Let's see if he learns. And he did. He actually called a fair catch when there was coverage around him. So he's learning. I still want Blackshear back there for obvious reasons. If we can keep him healthy,
Right.
I want him back there. He's not the best return man in the league, but he will get the job done.
True.
And he finds some lanes today.
I can definitely agree with that.
But if you do some stupid stuff, at safety, you're gonna get yelled at by Chris DePore. Come on, if you're a special teams person, especially,
Yep.
he's gonna chew you out. There's no two ways about that one.
You're not wrong there. You're definitely not wrong there.
Yeah, I like a coach that's animated, that's not afraid to go out there and call these players out, and let them know you can't be doing this stuff, holding them accountable, discipline. That's one thing that Wilkes brought, was discipline
Right.
and holding them accountable. So we bring that into the next game. Okay, what are we going to do to fix these inequities? What are we going to do to build on what we just did? You know, are we going to continue to run those types of plays, or are we going to continue to run that same switchamaroo garbage that we saw earlier on in the game? Like, what in tarnation was that play? Like, I'm still trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
That boggled my brain. Like, I was just like, what? Why are you handing it to? Okay, sack. I was like,
Yeah.
that ended the only way it could,
Pretty much.
other than a throwaway. There's no way you're gonna find a receiver with a guy right in your face, like 6 inches from your face, just saying, "Hi, I'm right here." Try to throw it.
Oh, jeez.
By the
Uh,
time you got done with all of that, this dude was just like standing there, just like, "I dare you to throw this ball." You ever have like those eye contests, those eye staring contests with people,
oh, yes,
and
of course.
they just like get right up in your face because they're trying to get you to blink, and you won't blink. That was Bryce Young and that defender. It's just like, I dare you to throw this ball. No, you're not going to. Okay, I'm just gonna stand here until you throw it. It's like, oh man, I dare you to make a move. I'm gonna tackle you. And there were a couple of situations where I was looking at the corners and they were like looking away at somebody on the sideline, and
Hmm.
I'm like, don't look at them. Look at the receiver that you are assigned to, sir. Like, don't look at Bryce. I mean, don't look at you know, Mr. Luck back there.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, focus on your assignment. You've been assigned to a wide receiver. He is going towards the sideline. Why are you looking at Luck? Like staring him down. Like, I'm like, why? You just lost your guy. He's already gotten 2 steps on you towards the sideline. He's already made a catch on you.
Right, right.
Meanwhile, you're staring down Luck. And I'm like, really? Here's your sign, dude. Pay attention to your wide receiver.
Exactly.
I've
Got to.
watched Troy Hill do that a couple of times today, and one, and I think D-Jack too. And I'm like, is somebody going to teach these guys not to do this? Like, come on. And I'm not trying to be negative. I'm trying to like point stuff out,
Right, right.
because the only way to learn how to succeed is to have your stuff pointed out and have somebody call you out on it. That way
Right.
you're aware of it. And then you say, okay, how do I fix this from this point forward? It's not, oh, well, I did this. No, stop the excuses, fix your problem, and learn from it.
That's what it takes. That's
All
what it
right, so these
takes.
teams, real quick, I've got about 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
Let's
Uh,
let's make this quick. Let's go through the teams, and I'll make my final statement, and you can finish with yours.
okay. Are we going through the team scores or team?
Yeah. Let's 30-22 Rams over the Saints. I mean, the Rams have been playing some great ball lately. I think they're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I can believe
Solid
that.
shot.
Yeah, they're on the comeback. They're making a big comeback.
Pittsburgh 34-11 domination win over the Cincinnati Bengals. And I
Yes.
told you this was going to come down to the wire.
Yeah.
And Pittsburgh was going to remember that big win earlier that Cincinnati had on them. I told you it was going to come back on them.
Yeah, they got him back badly. And Jake Browning struggled
Yep.
like crazy.
Oh, Pittsburgh players do not forget this stuff lightly.
Facts.
They
Let's
don't recover like that. So,
see.
Buffalo over the Chargers.
Ooh,
Pretty much confirming what I already knew about the Buffalo Bills.
2-point victory. Huh.
That's still that Ken Dorsey offense.
So that moves them to 9-6. Wow. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, the Dolphins beat the Cowboys.
Heyo!
22 to 20.
Let's go, Dolphins.
Oh man. This
Mm.
this puts the Dolphins at 11-4.
Man, y'all know I can't stand Dallas. As a team, I can't stand them.
Oh, they
But
got the game-winning field goal as time expired.
oh my goodness.
That's what's up.
Right.
Although Dak had a great game. He had a great game though.
Mm-hmm.
CeeDee Lamb went off, but yeah, that's the Eagles needed that. They needed that. Um Bears pick up the win over the Cardinals, 27-16. Not surprised. Um, although Kyler Murray did have a pretty good game, though, but just wasn't quite enough.
Truth.
Um, and unfortunately, the Bucks did beat the Jaguars 30 to
Yeah.
12.
Oof.
Ooh.
I hope that's enough fantasy points, man. You get me through the next round, Trevor.
So they
Goodness
did end
gracious.
up putting in CJ at quarterback.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Yeah.
I should have put in
So
Flacco.
he
Dang
he
it,
ex
man.
he exited the game with an apparent shoulder injury. His throwing
No.
shoulder. Oh
Oh boy.
no.
That's not good. I'm playing in the semifinals, man. I needed those points.
Yeah, it's his throwing shoulder.
Dang it, man. Oh no.
Oof.
I'm more concerned about his immediate future now, you know. It's like, man, I hate that for him.
Yeah, you hate
Like
to see when
17 for
those happen.
29, 211 yards, one touchdown, two picks. That's the way he's going out, man. Oof. For this year. Yikes. Not good.
Yeah. Speedy recovery for Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah,
Yikes.
for real.
Yeah, this honestly, dude, it might end up costing him a playoff spot.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but this may not be your year, Jacksonville. But next year, if Trevor can come back healthy and he can come back strong, watch
Cause
out because
that
they're gonna add some depth.
yeah, cause that's a 4-game losing streak now. Ugh.
So
Oof.
now the question is, does that depth come out of opportunities for us to pick those players? You know, are those players going to be on our board?
That's a good question, and don't forget we
Mm,
do have
we
Jacksonville
need to keep an
next.
eye on that.
Yeah, we do have Jacksonville next. So
This is the point where we need to start paying attention to what other teams are going after and what
yeah,
they need, because that's going to come back and bite us, man. Because if we don't have what we need positionally there, we're in trouble. We're going to end up settling a lot again.
Um, let's see. Browns beat the Texans. Browns are 10-5 now.
Wow.
And of course, no CJ Stroud. Davis Mills played pretty decent, but Case Keenum,
Mm-hmm.
he stunk it up. But yeah, Browns with the victory. Uh Jets beat the Commanders
Mm-hmm.
by 2 points, 30-28.
Yep.
They actually put in Jacoby Brissett after Sam Howell was struggling badly. 6 of 22, 56 yards, and two picks. He got benched after the second interception. Oof.
Oof.
Yikes.
Oh man.
Let's see.
Detroit beat Minnesota 30-24,
Yep, to
earning their
clinch
playoff spot.
the NFC
Rest of
North.
Detroit, home playoff spot for them.
Yep.
Playoffs go through Detroit, ladies and gentlemen.
And the Seahawks. Ooh, the Seahawks got a much needed win over the Titans, so they're 8-7.
Good.
Uh,
Good.
Gino, Gino played pretty good. But yeah. Um, let's see. Falcons destroyed the Colts.
Ooh. Yeah.
Definitely them putting in Taylor Heineke was a better idea than freaking Desmond Ritter, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. New
Um,
England and Denver just kicked off.
mhm. And then, and like I said, we got 3 Christmas games.
Yep.
Giants at
Make our
Eagles.
picks.
Okay,
What you got?
so Giants at Eagles. I'm going Eagles.
Eagles.
Yeah. Although it would be interesting if the Giants
Easy.
won, then that would put the Eagles and Cowboys at 10-5. But I don't see them losing to the Giants.
Yeah.
Raiders at Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it safe and go Chiefs.
Raiders are having trouble.
And then the
And
Christmas.
finally, San Fran and Baltimore.
Yeah,
I've got San Fran in a close one.
I do too. And it's interesting. Both are 11-3. I do see it being a close one, but I think the Niners are going to run away with it, but barely,
Yep.
barely.
Yep.
And just looking at the standings, so we know that the Dolphins have clinched a playoff berth.
Business is made to work.
So the Dolphins clinched a playoff berth. The Ravens, those are the only 2 AFC teams that have clinched playoff berths. Uh, for the NFC, we know Philly, Dallas, Detroit won their division. San Fran won their division. Um, Still close in the NFC South, of course. Um, but yeah, I mean, pretty straightforward for the NFC. But
Yeah,
um,
I agree.
but yeah, that's about it. Did you want to go ahead and do your final thought first so you can get it all in before you head out?
Yeah.
All right, go
I
for it.
feel like there are a lot of things to build on with this game. Um, First of all the players that have done well today, you know who you are. Shout out to all of you. Much love to you. And we almost got ourselves an early Christmas present, guys. It's Christmas Eve. So, man, we almost unwrapped the win.
Yeah.
That would be so sweet going into Christmas Day. But, um we've got a lot of work to do still, and I think I need to see a little bit more. I need to see everybody that did something today double it in the next game. Double it. Build on it. You know, take what you learned and use it into the next game. Okay, these plays worked. Use them in the next game. Maybe they'll work. Maybe they won't. Adapt. So my thing is like I expect to see at least 20 points out of this offense against the Jags next week. Since you just showed us that, I want to see 2 touchdowns against the Jags. Since you just showed us that,
Indeed.
the Jags defense has some holes, they have some weaknesses. Now that you have figured out ways to exploit weaknesses and with plays that actually work against a lower tier ranked secondary, now you could start to do something. Okay, show me that you could build on that against a higher ranked defense. If you've got uh, the ability to make plays, continue to make those plays. You know, what we saw today was everybody giving their best effort through the triple zeros.
Yes.
That is Carolina Panthers football. That's what I've been trying to get us to get to. I've been pushing and pushing and pushing, and now we're finally here. We're finally here. We've finally gotten to it. Now that's bare bones Panthers football in a basic game. Now let's take that next step forward. What's the next set of goals? You never stop setting goals. You never stop reaching those goals. You know, keep pushing yourselves forward. Um, I think that we're gonna have to start with left guard on the offensive line and start there as far as drafting. I think we need a solid number 4 corner. We need a solid defensive end. I would like to keep Burns on a franchise tag. I know that's going to go against people's wishes, but that's what I want. Because here's the thing: who are you going to replace him with? Nobody can do what Brian Burns was doing last year
Right, right.
when he was playing well. He was hitting double digit sacks for a reason
Yep, 12 and a half.
because you were using him correctly. Now, my concern is if somebody on the team gets a hold of him and overpays the heck out of him and uses him, you know, but doesn't quite pay him what Tua was paid. Now you've lost your best defensive end by a mile and a half. Nobody else was getting any type of pressure. Who you replacing him with? Haynes? I don't think so. YGM? I don't think so. Not enough. That's why he was worth that value in the first place, trade value wise.
Uh huh.
That's why 2 teams asked for 2 firsts from him. You know, that's why the Bears wanted him, but instead they got Montez Sweat. That's the points I was trying to make, but he would not let me make them. You know, so I'm having to put him in my final thoughts instead. Um, so if you know, like I said, find him a counterpart. Let's build. Let's build. Let's build. Now's the time. Find a way to build.
Yes.
You know, now that you've shown us that you can utilize that skill that is on this roster, okay, let's build. The problem is Tepper won't get out of his own way. If Tepper would get out of his own way, we could build properly. But no, he has to keep putting his hand in the doggone cookie jar and hiring the wrong coaches every time. So, no, do I have any faith that he is going to hire the right coach? No, I do not. I have zero faith that he will.
Mm.
He has proven it already. He cannot do it. Put somebody else in charge of this franchise, Mr. Tepper, and just sit back and enjoy your Long Island tea. Okay, sir? That's all we're asking you to do. I don't care that you own this team. I don't care that you're doing all this extra garbage. Just don't screw with what's working. Okay? Stop screwing up what's working and what's good with this franchise. Because we're going to have nothing left by the end of a year and a half.
Right.
You keep screwing it up. You've already taken away so many things, and like the fans hate you for a reason, sir. He looks like an overpriced Red Foreman from the. Like, I'm just looking at his picture on the main website. He looks like a Red Foreman. And I'm just like, really? We're taking orders from this dude? Like,
Yeah.
a bad owner is going to screw you for years. Years.
Years.
Not just one or two. No, folks.
I mean, it
No.
definitely hasn't been one or two. It's been more than one or two.
Here's with an
That's for sure.
S.
Yeah.
And I'm sick and tired of it. I want answers for this franchise, and we're not getting them. So, if this man continues to hire the wrong people, we're going to continue to get the wrong things. That's just the way it's going to go. And you're showing your arrogance, and you're showing that you're not sorry. You're going against exactly what you were trying to apologize for. Oh, so we're supposed to randomly believe you had a change of heart and you got visited by the ghost of Christmas past, and it scared the living daylights out of you. What's going on with this franchise? Oh, right. Nah, not a chance. Not a chance, sir. I know what a liar looks like, and I'm looking at a picture of him right now. Come on, man. You're not fooling me. Frank did enough of that already this year.
Mm.
And it's tough to fool me. You got to wake up pretty early in the morning to fool me. That did not fool me for a second. Show me what you mean. Show me that you care. Show me that you actually are sorry. Then maybe I might believe you. Maybe.
Just maybe.
Just maybe. There might be a Christmas miracle in that bag of thought processes I have. Just for you. Maybe. But you got to earn it. And you haven't. So, until you earn it and you choose to change your mind, we're right back here again.
Right.
I mean, what else can I say, really? Except, I love what I saw today. None of the frustrations I've had are towards the players right now. They're all towards management. They're all towards Tepper. I want you guys to understand that if you're a player and you're watching this. I love you guys to death right now. You guys are putting out the effort that we're looking for today. Show me more of that. Show me more of those pass deflections that I saw today. Show me more of that coverage that I saw today. Show me more of the brilliant catches that you guys made today. That's what I want. That is
Yes.
what is going to drive us towards where we should be. And on paper, we started to actually show on the field what we are actually capable of on paper today. That was
Right.
a flash of it today. If you want more, hire the right head coach. If you want more of that, Self-motivate yourselves as players. Because these coaches ain't going to do it for you. You got to learn this stuff on your own. You want to see more of that? You got to do it yourself on the
This is
field.
true.
You got to execute. And I believe there is a glimmer of hope. There is a glimmer of hope, ladies and gentlemen. It's not very bright, but it's there at the end of that tunnel. And I'm telling you, I'm going to hang on to that glimmer of hope like a son of a gun after watching that game. Because that's all we got left. It's been tough to find positive things this year. And we've had a positive stream today. We've had a
Indeed.
lot of positive things to say. And I'm very, very happy about that. So I'm going to go into this week happy. Not only just because it's Christmas, but because this Panthers team is finally starting to develop and spread its wings a little. You know, and come out of that turtle shell that we've been hiding in all year. It's about freaking time. You know, like
Yes.
where has this been all year? I love you guys, but where has this been all year? I told you these guys had talent. I told you this quarterback was not a bust. I told you all of this stuff is real.
Yep.
Like people laughed at me. They acted like I didn't have a clue. But okay, yeah. Let's keep believing that. Let's keep believing that after that 300-yard game. But keep pounding. All
Keep
right, I gotta
pounding.
take this phone call.
Alrighty. So for me, like I said, shout out to the offense. Like y'all did an amazing job today. I mean, put up your first 30 points this season, something y'all haven't done since Christmas Eve of last year. So very good to see that happen. Bryce Young, excellent job, young kid. You know, still got much to work on, but you balled out. You balled out today. I mean, no interceptions, 300 yards passing, 2 touchdowns. I mean, the whole offense had 4 touchdowns this game. Um, Even in the midst of adversity and the terrible refereeing, y'all did amazing. Y'all got this close to such a great comeback. And Bryce is continuing to show that he can he can be that guy. He can be our quarterback. You know, we have to continue to let him grow, let him cook. And this was just another example today. And I really believe he deserves the respect. I
All right, hold
really
on,
do.
man. I gotta finish this up. Thank
Okay.
you guys so much for watching. I will see you guys in the next live stream. Stay happy, healthy, and well. Merry Christmas and keep pounding.
Merry Christmas, bro. Keep pounding.
Merry Christmas, buddy.
Alrighty, I'll be in touch.
Yep.
So, as I was saying, Corey from Keep Pounding, ladies and gentlemen. Um, so Bryce Young definitely, I really feel like has earned our respect, and it just goes to show, continue to let him cook, evolve him. I think he's going to be fine, y'all. I really do. I think he's going to be just fine. I really do. So, tough loss, tough, heartbreaking loss, but you know, I know the defense kind of regressed a little bit in this game, but I'm interesting. I'm interested to see how this team bounces back. Of course, they have one more away game left, which is, New Year's Eve against the Jaguars. And then they will finish at home on Sunday, my mom's birthday, actually, the 7th. So that's against the Buccaneers. So, I mean, right now, the Jaguars are vulnerable. They're vulnerable right now. So hopefully we can beat them. It would be nice if we could beat them. But like I said, shout out to Bryce Young, to DJ Chark, to the coaching staff. Like y'all did good. Y'all did really good. This wasn't able to get the victory, but y'all did good. Y'all did really really good. So it was just amazing. Oh, QT, you're back.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
So I'm over here drive. We went out. It's a little ritual we do every New Year's Eve. We drive out to the coast and go watch the sunset out here in California.
Oh, nice, nice. Very
So it's
nice.
terrible reception out here. I'm just wiggling out of the coast, so I might even lose you again going back where I probably lost you in the beginning.
Ah, no problem, no problem at all. But overall,
Uh,
oh, go ahead. What you got?
no, you good? No, it's speak your shit. Speak your shit. I missed a good portion of the show, so I've been over here out of service. So
No, it's all
talk
good.
talk your shit.
I was mainly just saying that I'm just really proud of how this team did today. Like, especially, I mean, the offense putting up 4 touchdowns, Bryce Young looking really good. Uh, I know the last 2 games are against the Jaguars, who are vulnerable. They just lost today. They're on a 4-game losing streak. So, Trevor Lawrence got hurt, throwing shoulder. So they're vulnerable. And then last game of the season at home against the Bucks. Not too sure how this is going to turn out because I know it's still going to be close between Carolina, Arizona, and New England as far as where the draft is going to fall. So it'll be interesting
No,
to
I'm
see what happens.
I'm really impressed, and that's who hit me out the most out of this game right here. Obviously, Bryce Young, as everybody's seen as well, but DJ Chark really impressed me today.
Oh, absolutely.
Like to another level. I feel like we must resign the individual after this performance. Just you see chemistry building up, like what I was talking about earlier. You see the chemistry already with Thielen. You see the chemistry building up with. I feel like we may not even have to draft. It may be like one of those fifth rounders, one of them.
Hmm.
But I feel like the only need I really, really see is that interior line.
Yeah, yeah. I think having another body to really help complement Derek Brown, I think would be a big help. Which Derek Brown currently leads in tackles for defensive linemen, or actually for his position. He is one shy of overall defensive lineman because Max Crosby has 80, he has 79. So Derek Brown putting in that work, seriously putting in that work. So I definitely like what they've been doing with him. But yeah.
Yeah, man, the defense is solid, man. I just feel like we need to get Brian Burns up field, get a lot more, have a lot more progress. They literally picked on them all game long today.
Yeah, I mean,
You
just
not hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Um
Okay. They worked on his whole right side. They rolled out to the right side. They ran to the right side. They run to the left side and bounce it back to the right. They just picked on Brian Burns' side all day fucking long, and it was sad. I literally caught myself all day just screaming at Brian Burns.
Oh, for dang. Yeah. Definitely not one of his strong performances, that's for sure. Um, but yeah, it's mainly been a Luvu
Has he had a? Do you really feel like he's had a strong performance all year?
all year. No, no, not
Exactly.
not not from what I'm used to seeing him do.
That's what I feel like he gave up on the team, man. It's like he's over here supposed to be betting on himself to do whatever the fuck to get his fucking contract situation, but he just gave up. He just completely gave up, man.
Now, do you feel like, him going elsewhere, I guess putting him up on the block to like trade or whatnot, or I guess just letting him walk in general?
I would try and get something lined up for a trade. Obviously, draft situation, and like I was saying earlier, I would take a second and a third for him to bite the bullet on the 5th year option cap money.
Hmm.
Um, anything more than that is a win. Anything less than that, let him walk. You
Okay.
know what I mean? Like fuck, you're gonna put him on the 5th year option for 18 million and watch him do this again? It's not worth 18 million. And he'll probably just sit out. He'll probably just sit out every game if he doesn't get traded.
Oh,
And
just as a
I don't
holdout.
remember the individual's name. Yeah, I don't remember the individual's name that was on this earlier, but he's talking about he'd give a first and a third rounder. That would be amazing if we could pull that out. Extreme kudos to whatever GM could pull that off, but I don't see that happening. You just seen Chase Young go to the Niners for a third round pick.
That's it, just a third round pick?
Yeah, to the Niners for a third round pick. And I see Chase Young better than Brian Burns. So, am I wrong about that? Do you see a difference?
Um, I think as far as
And
pure,
to even debate it is just a question at its itself. Like it shouldn't even be a
as I guess as far as
$30 million a year for
I mean, as a pure defensive end, yeah, I give you that. I give you that. Yeah, I can give you that. Um, although hasn't he dealt
is
with injury a little bit more though? Because I think that's one of the things with Chase is he's kind of dealt with injury, especially within his last stint with Washington. Oh dang, I just lost him. Ah, but yeah, I'll give him a chance, see if he comes back. But probably won't be on here too much longer. But yeah, we'll see if he comes back, if he gets back on. But I think as maybe pure defensive end, I'd probably say maybe Chase Young, but it's tough. It's tough because I mean, Chase Young, defensive. Rookie of the year, also a Pro Bowler. But I can understand how close it could be. I can understand how close it could be. But that's just me. But yeah, I'll give him a moment, see if he jumps back on. I see that Denver got on the board first. They did get on the board first. Javonte Williams with the rushing touchdown. Yeah, he got on the board first. And oh shoot. Oh, New England had a fumble on their first series. Dang. But not really much going on though. Not really much going on. But yeah, it is what it is. Let's see. Now, let me go back through these standings once more, like en route to see if he comes back on. So looking at these standings, uh, starting with the AFC, like I said, AFC East, Miami clinched a playoff berth. Buffalo is still in it. Buffalo's final two games are against the Patriots and the Dolphins, which, I mean, the Dolphins would have to pretty much lose out, which, ooh, they do got two tough games with the Ravens and Bills left. Um, I mean, it's gonna be close because Miami has a tough schedule left. I mean, the Bills, they got the Patriots and Dolphins. Although they did lose to the Patriots earlier this year, but I don't think they will now. So I think it's going to be close. If somehow the Bills can win their final two games, I think that'll give them a decent chance. But honestly, I think Miami is still the favorite to win their division. And I think as long as they win, then they'll. Yeah, pretty much all they got to do is beat the Ravens, their next game against the Ravens, and they should win the division. Yeah, they should win their division. So there's that. The AFC North, Baltimore clinched a playoff berth, and I'm pretty sure Cleveland is probably going to end up. Uh, well, who does Cleveland have left? The Jets and the Bengals. Well, they could beat both of them actually. They could actually beat both of them. Um, and then the Ravens, who do they have left? Dolphins and Steelers. Oh no, they got to play the Niners. They got to play the Niners tomorrow night. Oh, so as a matter of fact, see, the Browns have two games left. The Browns need the Ravens to lose to really give them some help, and the Browns need to. If the Browns can win out, then who knows? The Browns could end up fighting to win the division, perhaps. Um, Pittsburgh and Cincinnati still at 8 and 7. That's gonna be close. They're still in it, but not for too long. And then the AFC South. Now it gets really interesting in the AFC South with Jacksonville's loss and the Colts' loss and the Texans. All three of those teams are tied at 8 and 7 apiece. So the AFC South got really interesting. So, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens there. And the AFC West, like I said, I'm pretty sure Kansas City is going to win the division. Um, the Raiders and Broncos, I just don't see it. But if the playoffs were to start now, interesting. The Ravens would have the number one seed, then the Dolphins, then the Chiefs, then the Jaguars. Those are your division winners. And then Cleveland, Buffalo, and Indianapolis would be your wild cards. Interesting. But like I said, it's going to be close. Seeing who gets those three wild card spots, it's going to be close. But right now, Cleveland, well, they can't say that they're comfortable right now, but it's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting. That's what I'll say to that. The NFC, like I said, NFC East, Eagles and Cowboys fighting for that division title, but at least we know that they're in the playoffs. New York, they're not going anywhere, and the Commanders, they're out. Uh, NFC North, Detroit just won the division. They sealed the deal to win the division. Um, Vikings and Green Bay still trying to fight for a wild card, and technically the Bears are still in it, but not for long, if you ask me. NFC South is going to be interesting because Tampa Bay won. Right now, Tampa Bay they're leading at 8 and 7, and it's still close between the Falcons and Saints at 7 and 8. And then the NFC West, of course, San Francisco has clinched the division, but the Rams and Seahawks are neck and neck, still trying to fight for a wild card spot. And looking at the standings for the NFC, if the playoffs were to start now, San Fran would have the number one seed, then Detroit, then Philly, then Tampa Bay. Those are your division winners. And then Dallas, the Rams, and the Seahawks would be your wild card teams. Hmm. Interesting. Very, very interesting. But yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be really close. But like I said, we got a handful of Christmas Day games, so we'll have to see what happens. Have to definitely see what happens. But I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here because I've been on here for almost 5 hours now. Um, Shout out to Mr. Carolina. Shout out to QT0. Thank you so much for coming through. Good to see you. Good to meet you. Corey, shout out to you. Came up a little short, but we'll see what happens with Jacksonville. I'm probably going to do my preview for that game Tuesday evening because that'll be probably my only opening. So just a heads up. But thank everybody for coming out and chatting. Don't forget to check out Mr. Carolina's YouTube, the Bleeding Carolina Blue podcast. Corey, keep pounding as well as on the Facebook group. And don't forget to like, comment, subscribe to all three of our channels. Y'all know the deal. And thank y'all so much for watching. Hope y'all enjoyed today's live stream. Keep pounding. No matter what, we're going to get through this. But this has been another Carolina Panthers Talk live stream. here on the Facebook and the U to the Tube. I am Blitzball Champ Jason Ingram. Merry Christmas to all, and to all,